Do it. Do it.
3.
Do it! That's definitely one way to start off the stream, is by reeing.
Yeah. Such as pooping. He'll be back eventually.
That's also one way to start off the stream. I don't know why you would say that. Just say he's not here.
No, the chat needs to know why.
If
I just said he wasn't here, they'd be like, "Well, why isn't he here? Why isn't he here?"
Because he's doing stuff.
Yeah, he's pooping.
No.
Wow. Well, yeah. There you go. Thanks. I was on the porcelain throne.
This might actually be the shittiest start to a stag ever.
Literally.
Yep. All that, fecal matter just running to the brain. Right off the bat.
Oh god, that's disgusting.
Running down your leg.
No!
Oh no!
Let's move to a different topic, please.
So, about Brownian motion.
Anyways, we've got 2 videos to cover today. One of them is from a few years ago, but, still might be worth covering. I still expect a lot of terrible takes from it. And it's someone we haven't covered before, which is strange, because this is someone with a lot of shit takes. Anything to talk about before we start?
Well, I guess, in my community, we just watched the Bad Guys movie. That was fun. Genuinely was really fun. It was the DreamWorks movie before Puss in Boots: Last Wish came out. And you can kind of tell a similar style in that they're totally fine with distorting the models to heighten scenes or, to tell parts of the story, which I like. Because a lot of CG stuff tends to be like, oh, it's got to be super real. We're CG now. We can do super realistic facial expression, stuff like that. The Bad Guys in Puss in Boots: Last Wish are fine with over-exaggerating things to, make more of a point, make more of a scene work.
Yeah. They also have smear frames.
Yep. Which is amusing. Yeah, it's just another solid movie. I've also been playing Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. That's well, it went very poorly the first stream because I fundamentally didn't understand the block system. I still think the block system is annoying, but I can get it down now. It's awkward to use is more what it is now. Because there's so many things that will stop you from blocking. Like, if another enemy happens to walk into the same line as a person you're trying to block the attack of, Raiden will just get in his brain, oh, I'm going to attack the person that's behind the person that's attacking you now. It's like, why? Why would you do that? And so then you get slapped. The cutscenes are, of course, fantastic. Everybody knows the memes of Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. The fucking stuff is great. The camera is awful, though. Holy shit, the camera is so bad. I can't believe it.
Such try not to bring up Puss in Boots for 5 seconds challenge. Impossible.
Well, this one was tangentially related. They were both related to each other. It's like, that's why we watched the DreamWorks, the Bad Guys, to begin with. Like, I had no interest in the Bad Guys until I had seen Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. Once I'd seen that, I said, I wonder if their other stuff is really good, too. And it is. It is genuinely really fucking good.
I didn't actually check if Cinema Wins has their Puss in Boots video out yet.
Ugh. Not looking forward to it, I'll tell you that. Whenever they do get it out, I'm not looking forward to it.
Neither am I.
It's gonna be a disaster.
The guy in chat named Monsoon with the fucking Monsoon profile picture. Like the good old days after 9/11. It's not even the same
that
character.
Wasn't Monsoon, that was Sundown.
I know, that was Sundowner. I just find it funny, though, that the character with Monsoon
Yeah, Monsoon should be talking about memes. Where's your talk on memes? And I'm not kidding, by the way, chat. That is actually a plot point. That is genuinely a plot point.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a different definition of memes than what we use today, but still, it's hilarious.
Yeah.
So I went and looked at the Cinema Wins channel, and I've got some bad news. I mean, it
They've
should
got
be
theirs up.
the Puss in Boots one isn't there, thank God.
Oh.
But there's other things here that are bugging me.
Uh-oh.
Everything great about Knives Out. Everything great about Jurassic World Dominion. Everything great about Glass Onion and Knives Out Mystery. Fucking kill me.
Glass Onion is so bad.
Those
It
last
is.
two are so fucking bad. Oh my god.
I'm tempted to do the Jurassic World Dominion one because I just watched that with Pagan like a month or two ago, and holy fucking shit, I despise that movie.
It's
Look,
so
I know
bad.
I know I've said I want to make videos on a lot of things. I really want to make a video on Jurassic World Dominion because it's so exceptionally fucking dog shit.
Yeah.
So bad.
And also the Glass Onion, or sorry, the Knives Out movies. I really hate those two. Memes of the DNA of the soul.
Yeah. Which again,
Yeah.
they're not wrong about. It's like, but again, it's the old definition of what a meme was, where it was just like a cultural shift thing. Like everybody knew it. Everybody like knew the whole thing of like, don't go in the water after eating and stuff like that. Essentially, it's going for the old style of meme, but it's working it into the modern day.
Oh my god.
Your memes in here was such a great line.
Looking at this channel is going to give me a fucking stroke. Everything great about the Eternals, part 1 and 2, both 16 minutes long.
Wow.
Oh god, there's that Dune one we covered a while back. What a shit fucking video that was.
Yep.
Alright, I have to stop looking at this channel because, like I said, it's going to give me a stroke.
Yeah, you're just increasing the rage. You feel the negativity. It's rising within you.
Yeah. There's also a couple comments earlier in chat. Have you guys watched Guardians Volume 3 yet? No spoilers, but Guardians is probably your 2 or 3 at best. Oh god.
Yeah, I've not heard good things.
I have
about
not heard
Volume
good things
3.
about it.
I've heard
And
mixed things. I was listening to Drinker's Open Bar the other day, and I think he said he hated the first the first hour. If that's all there was to it, he would have hated it. But it sort of brought it back towards the end. But
Wow, one.
sort of. And again, don't quote me because I might be misremembering. But
Yeah, fair.
generally, the thoughts about it seemed mixed at best. I believe Mahler thinks it's the worst of the 3 movies. Of the 3 Guardians movies.
I mean, those can both still be the same thing, right? It can still be mixed at best, and it can still be the worst of the 3.
Well, I was referring to general opinion when I said mixed at best.
Yeah, fair.
Anyway, should we just start into the first video?
Can I say no?
I mean, you can say no, but...
Is there an option to veto out of this?
Let's just talk about the 2 Terminator movies we watched instead.
Yeah,
yeah, those
absolutely.
movies
Talk
are
about
absolutely
Terminator.
fantastic. Oh my god.
Yeah, holy shit! No joke. Those movies are just amazing. They really are.
Yeah. Well, the 3 of us watched Terminator 1 on Tuesday, and Terminator 2 on Friday, and, like, I'm not saying anything new here, but these are some absolutely fantastic fucking movies. And Terminator 2 is absolutely one of the best sequels ever made. Oh my god, I love it.
Yeah. And they hold up really well to this day.
I've mentioned on stream that I'm working on slowly censoring the Saints Row video with the scientist stream and adding a couple bits here and there to change the video length so YouTube doesn't think it's the same video again. And one of the things I'm responding to is someone who claimed my video was largely nitpicking. And one of the things I point out is the boss and Nina kind of just like don't realize that their friends are in mortal danger until they like jump off the couch and go, "Oh shit!" And just like how dumb that is, it's done as a joke, but it's really unfunny. And then I include the clip from Terminator 2 where the one security guard is annoyed that the desk guard isn't there. He checks the bathroom and sees the guy's tied up, immediately fucking draws his gun, runs over, and presses the silent alarm button.
Yep.
There's no quips, there's no jokes. He doesn't say anything dumb like, "Oh, looks like you got tied up in a bad situation," or like anything stupid like that. He fucking reacts immediately because that's what you do in those situations.
And he doesn't untie the guy at all at first.
Yeah,
he immediately runs to back up first. Get back up first, then we'll get him up.
Yes. Because that guard does get, I say tied up, he was duct taped, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, same difference.
Yeah. But yeah, the fact that he hits the alarm first, then goes back for Buddy, and we don't actually have to see Buddy getting untied off screen, because it's obvious that's what would happen next.
Yeah. And even better, because obviously the first security guard had his gun taken away, right? So now there's only one gun between the two. So while the new security guard is there, he actually gives his gun to the other security guard, and you can see him watching his back. The other security guard is watching the elevators with the gun, while the new security guard is talking to the police and explaining the situation, what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
It is a really, really good scene. Like, and just that thought process of like, yeah, Sarah Connor and crew would have taken his firearm. So obviously the new guard gave his gun to the guard that was tied up so that he could watch his back while he's trying to let the police know, hey, this is the fucking situation. We need everyone here, every single person here. This is a terrorist attack on the building.
Yeah, I fucking love those movies. I know we just watched them, but I already want to watch them again. They're that good.
Yeah, they really are.
The two biggest problems with Terminator 2, though, are Connor being a squeaker, John Connor.
Yes.
Once or twice in a panic wouldn't have been so bad, but it happens way too much throughout the movie, where his voice just breaks, or he's just like a typical Xbox Live squeaker.
Yep.
The other thing is, when we get the scene that was memed a lot, your parents are dead. Or, sorry, your foster parents are dead. They were able to tell that because the T-1000 posing as the mother gives the wrong name for the dog. Well, Arnie gives the wrong name for the dog intentionally, and she doesn't correct it. And the T-1000 realizes that that's where it fucked up. But then it also kills the dog out of, like, petty vengeance. Something that the robot should not be able to feel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just really weird.
The fucking the blue for night and
Oh yeah,
the
the rear projection in that one shot.
That looked really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was really rough. But again, that's you do what you have, you know, and what they had was that sort of system. So, you know, it's like whatever.
Everything else looked pretty good. There was that one wonky scene where the like truck falls over and Arnie has to jump from it, and they clearly CGI'd him like doing the roll as he come off of it. That looked a bit goofy, but everything else like looked pretty good.
Yeah. Now, it's saying this to these two after we just finished the movie, but it's kind of insane that you don't really see Robert Patrick in anything else. The guy who played the T-1000, because he absolutely fucking nailed that role. And T2 is 91. Like, there's no reason he shouldn't have been a big star through the 90s and early 2000s.
Yeah. And I don't.
Because
I
how do you see that
him every now and
performance?
then, but it's like
yeah, exactly. And like with how well he did that role, the T-1000, like, how do you see that performance and not say, I need that guy in my movie? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, he was actually he played the father in Peacemaker.
Oh, that was him?
So, yeah.
Oh. Well, I mean, it makes sense, but I didn't even recognize him.
Well, yeah, he does look pretty,
That tends to happen after 30 years.
Yeah. It's not that... I don't want to say he's aged gracelessly, but he hasn't aged with great grace, either. He's not like Morgan Freeman, who seems to age and look more regal and refined. He very much looks, he looks old. I think it's the jowls. He got big old jowls now.
Oh.
But yeah,
I do like that one line in the movie though, where fucking Connor sees the cops outside and he runs to him. He's like, "Guys, the cops are here." How many? All of them, I think.
Yes, that was a great line. Because if you look out there and you see 30, 40 squad cars and a couple armored SWAT vehicles roll up, it's like, yeah, no, I think everyone's. And then he even sees a helicopter. It's like, yep, nope, that's everybody.
By the way, I looked it up after. Sideshow has a really fucking cool statue of the T-1000 standing in front of, like, the rails and the chain where he gets shot off the, into the lava.
Yeah.
Well, I say lava, you know what I mean. And he's mid-finger wave, because that is such a cool moment. I want that thing so badly.
Yeah, it is really good.
5 pounds from Threadnought. Thank you, Terminator 2. See that helicopter? That's a real helicopter actually flying under a bridge. Woke fate. See those cars? Not one of them is real.
No.
Yeah. Like, yeah, the helicopter chase is amazing, especially since it's hard to see with the fast camera movements, but the T-1000 actually has 3 arms there, so he can hold the gun and aim properly and still steer the helicopter. And again, it's just, like, such a great attention to detail that I just wouldn't expect from modern movies. They'd be just good enough on their own to pilot one-handed, shoot one-handed.
Keeman asks, Creetosis, do we ever see how John becomes the leader of the human resistance? Kind of. In 3. In Terminator 3, you see it. But
that's one I haven't seen.
I don't like that Terminator 3 even exists, honestly. Terminator 2 was a brilliant wrap-up for the storyline, right there.
Yeah, because the whole point of, like, the last third or quarter of T2 is preventing the future war.
Yeah.
And the fact that it happens anyways undermines that. We have this nice, happy, hopeful ending for the first time. I don't know what's in our future. Or whatever the line is that Sarah Connor says. It is a fantastic ending.
It really is.
Because, like, the whole thing is, the future, it fucking sucks because we're in this war with robots and they're trying to exterminate humans. And you could have had it end the way we see it in Terminator 1, where the humans won. Skynet sent robots back in time. You could have ended it so that's still the future, but they didn't. They specifically went out of their way to say, yeah, we prevented the future war by stopping the research on the original T8. Was the one in Terminator 1, that was a T800, right?
It was T101, I thought.
Okay, T101. Either way, the robot in the original, they can't research it anymore because what they had left was destroyed. All the research was destroyed. T2 left it ambiguous what will happen. Well, I mean, what will, like, Skynet can't be made now, though. That's the whole thing.
Oh, it's the it's the Model 101/T101 Series 800. Okay, so it's both. So you could say both, because they use interchangeably between T800 and T101.
Okay.
That's confusing, though. But holy shit.
Yeah, that is a bit confusing.
Yeah, the entire full title is The Cyberdyne Systems Model 101 Series 800 Terminator.
T101 later retcon the, 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 But yeah, T2 is just full of like those really awesome moments, and we talk about how a lot of movies and games do style over substance. T2 is both, because they manage to have all those cool stylistic moments and still be like a really well written movie. Because we get the opening part of the movie, the first half hour or so. I'd say it's a mistake playing Bad to the Bone when Arnie gets the motorcycle and treating it as like, this is the good guy kind of almost.
Yeah, I would change that music and make it more ominous.
Yeah, because the whole setup is we don't know which one is the good guy or not. Which one is sent back. Because, Arnie, he was the Terminator in the original, so of course he's going to be the one trying to kill John Connor this time. No, he's the one protecting him. That is an amazing, like, setup for the moment, like the big reveal. John is in the hallway, the cop is coming after him, and then he runs into the T800. And
even better, it fits with the first movie.
Yeah.
Because we see the first Terminator come through, and then we see Kyle Reese come through.
Yeah.
Then we get into Terminator 2, we see the first Terminator come through, and then we see what you would assume after the first movie is a human come through. Because he even treats the officer nicely. He doesn't kill the officer or anything like that. He just takes him, and you know what I mean? He doesn't, like, slaughter him or, like, dispose of him immediately. He just knocks his ass out and takes his weapon and everything. Whereas Arnie, by comparison, went to a bar, started beating the shit out of people and throwing people through windows and shit, and is like, okay, he might be the bad guy still.
Yeah. But then we get that awesome moment with Arnie with the shotgun and the box of flowers, and he pulls it out. I fucking love that moment so much.
Yeah, that twirl he does is fucking iconic with the box of roses. It's just so fucking good.
Yeah.
Twirling the lever action shotgun out is just like, oh.
And then there's that, just a great reveal if the song didn't fuck it up earlier. Get down, and he shoots the T-1000. And he shoots him several times with a shotgun, and you see it repair itself. And it's just that moment of, oh fuck, this thing is way worse than the last one.
Yeah.
And I mentioned it during our watch too, but the movie, that the big first action scene in both movies happens about a half hour in, but T2 establishes pretty much from the start that the T-1000 is such a bigger threat. Because it starts off with that truck... well, I should say starts off. You get that truck explosion at the end of the motorcycle chase from the mall. And the T-1000 walks out of it completely unscathed. Even though in the original Terminator, a similar explosion... well, a far worse explosion, to be fair. Burned all the flesh off of the original T-800, leaving just the endoskeleton to chase after them. So right away that establishes this is a far bigger threat that's going to be far harder to take out. Yeah. Oh, it's so fucking good.
I mentioned when we were watching the movie that, because as soon as that music started playing, all I could think of is the fucking memes. The fucking skeleton memes whenever the fucking bad to the bone fucking starts playing. I just imagine Arnie with a skeleton head.
It's just such a good fucking movie. And great moments, too. The real hero was...
Miles Dyson?
Yes, Miles.
Yeah.
He was the real hero of everything. Because Sarah, she's fighting for the future and everything like that, but Miles is somebody who's completely unknown to this, who doesn't realize that he's going to be the one that's going to create Skynet. And he, like... not only does he decide to help after he gets told the truth, he doesn't fight back or resist it. He realizes what it is. He realizes the gravity of the situation. And he actually, like, fully is on board with destroying his entire life's work. Like, which will likely have massive consequences for him, right? He's going to have to face the consequences of going into the building and destroying everything. He's going to have to face the consequences of, like, hey, why did you sabotage Cyberdyne? Well, now you're under fucking arrest.
Yeah.
And he knows it, and he's willing to do it anyways. He doesn't realize he's going to die,
Yeah.
which is a good thing.
It's also very unfortunate that he dies, because he does seem like a genuinely good character. But as I said when we watch it, I understand from the film perspective of, okay, yeah, but this guy still needs to die because he still has that information in his head.
Yep. Even better, though, his death just further cements his status as a hero.
Yeah.
Because he has the detonator. He could have detonated at any time, but he waits to let the police find him, and he's holding up something heavy over the top of the detonator, and he warns them. He goes, "I don't know how long I can hold this," and he does his best to hold it as long as he can to make sure the police make it away, that they can escape.
Yeah, but it's also done in a very intelligent way, the way you described, because it's not like he's holding his finger above the button, and if they shoot him, he won't be able to press it. It's if they shoot him, his arm goes down, holding the weight, and it presses the button anyways. The only option is to fucking run away from the cops.
Yep.
Yeah.
Something
yeah, I'm glad that they thought of that, because other movies would not have thought of that. They would have just been like, "Oh, it's fine if he just holds the button with his thumb."
Yeah.
Well, that could be fine if it's a dead man switch, right? Like, you need to keep it depressed.
Oh, yeah, that's
and if he
different,
lets go
though.
of it. Yeah. But they showcased that that's not what this was. This was just a flipper switch, a paddle.
Yeah. And there was also that moment where he borrows the axe from Arnie to destroy the model of the chip. And because he was shot in his left shoulder earlier, he doesn't use that arm to swing the axe. He does it one-handed. Again, it's just another attention to detail that I wouldn't expect from modern movies.
Yep.
His death scene is really sad too. It's just like the way he dies, like the gasping for breath as he like slowly passes away. It's like, Jesus Christ, that's sad.
Because not only is he dying from blood loss and everything like that, but guys, that lactic acid is just running rampant through his body, trying to hold that weight as long as he can. So while you're dying already, you're bleeding to death as is. Your body is fighting to keep your brain and everything oxygenated. You're holding up a weight, which is just flooding lactic acid through your body as well. He went out suffering for sure.
Yeah.
Which is very unfortunate. Because he genuinely was the biggest hero in the movie.
Yeah. And it's also extra sad because we just got done with a scene where Sarah Connor is trying to kill him. I mentioned this when we watched it. She almost kind of takes on the role of the Terminator there, trying to kill someone to prevent something happening in the future.
Yep.
And there's that moment where the kid is just screeching, "Don't kill my dad!" Oh, yeah. God. It's so sad that he ends up dying anyways.
Yeah.
He did it all for his wife and son, yeah.
Well, not even just that, but he did it for the entire human race, for the future.
Yeah, that
like
too,
that's what
course.
makes him. That's what makes it so incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, after thinking about it a bit more, even though there's that dog scene in the director's cut, and John squeaking, I do think I like T2 better than T1. It's a hard choice, though, because they're both so fucking good.
Yeah, I like T2 better.
Yeah, me too.
The one thing I do find weird is the nobody believes that there's something weird going on with the first Terminators. Like, you have all this on video footage and cameras and stuff like that, that he's just going through this police station. He is just mopping the floor with the police officers.
Not just mopping the floor, but tanking the shots as well.
Yeah, and it's like, but so none of that seems suspicious at all? It's just weird.
Yeah, it is weird that, like, nobody understood that, like, yeah, something is not right here. Like, maybe this woman is correct. It's just weird.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, too, is how realistic would it be for someone to assume she might be right because of that footage? Because it's the whole kind of thing where you rationalize the things you see as, well, we actually see it in the first movie, too. This is what Kevlar vest looks like. He was probably wearing one of those. That's why he took those hits without dying.
Yeah, and then it's like, nah, I'm sorry, especially those old Kevlar vests, they're not really good at handling 5.56.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is it could be just people trying to work off that rationalization to justify it to themselves that, Yeah, there's no way it could be a robot. It must be this reasonable explanation, even though it's maybe not that reasonable.
Yeah, fair. But again, like I'm thinking there should be some people that are suspicious on the police force, the ones that are actually investigating this.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, no, that doesn't make any sense. He is sitting there and he is taking fucking long rifle shots. He's just getting hammered by these. And it'd be one thing if it was like one or two that would cause bruising, maybe break a rib or something like that. But he is just taking shot after shot after shot after shot all over the place.
But you see, none of this matters because John is going to get blasted by a shotgun and a new evil AI overlord called Legion will rise for no explained reason. I said earlier I want to do videos on, well, Jurassic World Dominion, but also Terminator 1 and 2. I want to do videos on the other Terminator movies too, because, like, with how exceptionally good... Oh, goodbye, Pagan. Rest in peace.
Pagan's dead.
With how exceptionally fantastic the T2 is, especially, it is infuriating that Genesis and Dark Fate exist. And I don't remember much of Salvation. I'll probably watch it again at some point to see. But I also haven't seen Terminator 3. But the other two, oh my god. Just some of the shit in those movies.
Yeah. Hey, they're such just good movies, the first two. Three annoys the piss out of me because it undermines the first two movies, honestly.
Yeah.
And it's just stupid, like, Skynet must always rise. Must it? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't like that.
That's incredibly stupid, like, Skynet will always rise, humanity is destined for this fate. And it's like, fuck off, no it's not.
And it also undermines, like, the whole ending of T2, though.
Yeah.
Arnie, the T-800 sacrifices himself. They destroy the original chip and arm. They blow up all the research at Cyberdyne. And all of it was for nothing, because Skynet still rises. Okay.
Yep. I mean, yeah, people are talking about Terminator Resistance. That is a really good video game. Like, it is actually a genuinely good video game. Lots of good attention to detail, too. It's just, they had stuff like Ass Blasted Alejandro screaming like, how dare you have the wrong color lasers? They should all be purple. And it's like, Joe, if you actually played through the fucking game, you get the purple lasers at the end when the Resistance matches the threat of the Terminators. You have to build up to that point. They're trying to reverse engineer all this shit.
Creetosis, how come all T-800 look the same? Well, they don't, because the first one shows a T-800 that does look different. In the flashback memory that Kyle Reese has. But I suppose it could be explained by
well,
they had
could be the model number.
Well, not just that. It could be that they've got, like, design patterns down that Skynet has them. Like, they're infiltrator units, but, oh, we're sending this one back to the past, so it doesn't actually matter if it looks like one we've used before that the Resistance might know about, you know?
Yeah.
It's probably just the specific outer design or model that they decided to reuse for some reason. Though, now that I'm remembering a bit more of Salvation, I just remembered that they do have an Arnie T-800 show up at the end. Oh my god.
And it fights the new
Terminator that's on the humans.
Yeah, the new Terminator that's on the human side that is also, like, has the read switch turned off. It's the read-only switch, so he can actually, like, learn, and that's what makes him, like... Salvation's just fucking weird, okay? Terminator Salvation just doesn't make any fucking sense. Essentially that nobody would notice that there's a guy who doesn't need to sleep, doesn't need to eat, doesn't need to drink, never takes a piss or shit, or anything like that. Like, it's one thing if he had just showed up, but no, he's been with them for a while.
I wish this fucking storm would just hurry up and go.
Yeah.
I think I still hear it ranting outside where I am. Anyways, we've talked about Terminator for quite a bit. Since we're so positive on this channel, why don't we cover a video talking about negativity?
Yeah. Okay, why negativity thrives on YouTube. The Angry Aardvark Gaming.
Well, that's not the thumbnail. I think that's him mocking channels that are critical of things.
Fair enough. Yeah, this thing is Frog Archist?
Something like
Frog-archist.
that.
Yeah.
You guys ready?
I'm ready. As much as I don't want to be.
Yeah.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Angry Aardvark Gaming. Today we're talking about the worst pile of rubbish I've ever played in my entire life, Halo Infinite. It's so bad I hope everyone at 343 Industries is fired and no longer able to support their family.
Honestly, there are some where I'm just like, yeah, no, there are some people that just need out, right? I know that people are like, but you want to destroy their life. It's like, motherfucker, there are some people that are not meant to be. Like, Emil should not be a writer, because he sucks at it. Fire his ass. Like, seriously, fire Emil. He is the terrible writer. Because when it comes to 343 Industries, they can't make Halo games. Get rid of 343 Industries. You need to make a new team to do Halo games.
Yeah. And I know
When
where
it
he's
comes to
going.
Volition, fuck them. When it comes to Volition, fuck them. They made Saints Row 2022. Yeah, I do hope they all get fired.
Yeah. But he's already being disingenuous about this. Oh, I want them fired so they can't support their families. It's like, no, people don't work like that typically. Like, sure, maybe you'll find someone out there who says, yeah, I hope they can't support their family. I hope they never work again.
Now, I just want them fired off of this project. I don't want them working here, because they're not good at it here.
Yes, I would like to see... See, I don't even want ML fired from Bethesda. I just don't want him fucking up Elder Scrolls and Fallout anymore. Assign him to a different job. Have him be like a lower tier quest designer or a janitor or something. You know?
Yep. Yeah.
And I did miss a super chat. Sorry about that. Just a guy from Alabama. I'll get
I have
that a
great
second.
news.
What?
I did not hear any of that because the fucking room got closed for me, so I had to close out. Tried to reopen it. I fucking clicked on Setch's stupid watch together that he posted. Not realizing
Yes!
the way. So I had to close out of that one and then reopen this one.
Yes!
I didn't even hear what he said.
Well, he was just saying that 343, Halo Infinite, the worst game I've ever played, Halo Infinite, 343 should be fired and they should no longer be able to support their families. And it's like, no, Jesus, like,
Okay.
that's going too far. They're not supporting your family's thing.
That's
Getting fired, yes, I
extremely
agree.
hyperbolic.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
it's just... This is the kind of thing I hate about these videos being critical of other people, is how they go to the nth degree on, like, just portraying them as terrible people. You know?
Yeah. It's also perfect timing because Moist Critical actually did a video very recently, like I don't know if it was today or yesterday, where he was literally just explaining that, hey, you know, criticizing bad games, there's nothing wrong with that. People should do that more.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that he's fed up with seeing all these people who, like, feel that they need to defend bad games for some reason. And he's just, like, really tired of seeing it.
It's against toxic positivity. It's like,
Yeah.
you're not allowed to
Yep.
criticize things. You might hurt somebody's fifis and stuff like that. It's like, fuck off!
Yeah.
Maybe they need their fifis hurt so they'll
Yeah.
become a better person.
$5 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. Practical effects are great. The Thing 1982's practical effects have aged like wine, whereas The Thing 2011 CGI aged like milk in direct sunlight. I've
Which
heard
is
bad things
really-
about The Thing 2011.
You want to know what's the most infuriating thing about the Thing 2011 is?
Oh, I know. They were working with practical effects, but the studio mandated they switch to CGI.
Yes, the studio fucked that movie beyond belief. That when you get the behind-the-scenes stuff of all the practical effects and all this great, awesome work they were doing, and how the story made so much more sense, like the actual storyline, and then the studio suits came in and was like, People aren't gonna watch practical effects. It all needs to be CGI. We focus tested this. Do you see the suit I'm wearing? It means I'm smart. And it's like, go fuck yourself, you dumb cunt.
That's another thing while watching T2 that we kind of noticed, is at times the T-1000 seems like it's inspired by the Thing. Like, there's that moment where it gets its head blown in two in the mental asylum, and it just starts this, like, inhuman screeching. And we get a moment like that at the end when it gets a grenade launched in its chest, and it blows up, and it's like this... I don't even know how to describe the shape, but it is completely fucked before it's repair itself. And when it falls into the melted down metal.
Suspiciously orange liquid.
The suspiciously orange liquid. By the way, again, I said it while watching, but that is one of the best villain deaths. Oh my god.
It really is. But it's just funny because it's so clear orange liquid. Like there's no light coming off of it, so it's just obvious they took water and dyed it orange. But I mean, you have to, right?
Oh,
you're not gonna throw your actor into actual like molten metal, but still,
Depends
it's just
on the
funny.
actor.
It's just funny how goofy it looks.
I love when they're like flailing their arms and like the splashing that comes up is clearly just water that they like highlighted in post to be orange.
I don't even think they did that. Like
so
they probably
funny.
just did orange dye in the water.
Well, no, because the thing is, even if it was like keep splashing around and stuff, you could clearly tell that it's like clear with like a hint of blue, and they had to like edit it to get more orange.
Oh, there's also a neat point that was in the director's cut. It shows that the T-1000 has been damaged from the previous freezing, as it randomly melts to a surface and has to tear itself loose. Yeah, that...
Yep.
I like how it's doing that at the end. Like, even though it's this liquid metal that can regenerate, it still has a health bar of sorts, and it's at the point where keeping itself cohesive is getting difficult. I like that. There's also that one really fucking cool shot where Arnie throws him into the wall, and he just, like... I don't even know how to describe it. He turns around without turning, where what you see his back, and then his face comes out from the back of his head and just completely reorients the body like that. Holy fuck, that is
he
so
like
cool.
inverts him. Yeah, he inverts himself so that he doesn't have to like turn around or go through all that stuff. He just like whoop, like right back to his own body.
Yeah, essentially he was taking a position of weakness where Arnie throws him against the wall. Now he is back his face to the threat, and he instantaneously just and now he's facing the threat again. Like the advantage has been lost, and it's highlighting just how much of a superior Terminator the T-1000 is compared to Arnie.
Yeah. God, I love that movie so fucking much. Oh my god.
Also, a good thing in that movie, a really good fucking thing, a great part, they explain the limitations of the T-1000.
Yeah.
He can't make complex machinery. He can't just randomly form chemicals, so he can't like turn his hand into a gun or anything at will.
Yeah.
So he actually has to find firearms and stuff, and it's such a great like nod to, hey, this thing is powerful, but here it has limitations. It can't just magic itself a fucking shotgun in its arm.
Well, not even that. It can't even just eject a part of itself as a projectile to kill you.
Yeah. The stuff needs to be cohesive. When it's not a part of them, as we see in the car chase sequence, when it gets part of its arm blown off, that part of its arm, it doesn't move, it doesn't function, it just stays there that way forever. It's only when John freaks out, grabs it, and throws it back in the road, the T-1000 walks up to it, and after touching with part of his foot, manages to morph it back down into metal and suck it back in.
Mm-hmm.
Just great. Back when movies actually cared about plot and like, well, if this happens, therefore then this must happen, sort of thing. You know, cause and effect and everything. It's so good.
Yeah.
So bad, I hope everyone at 343 Industries is fired and no longer able to support their family.
A lot of what I'm recommended to on YouTube are clickbait videos about how some franchise or company or game is the worst thing of all time.
All right. So I'm gonna tell you this. How is Nerdrotic's video clickbait? Like, the title, the video, and everything are all about that one topic. The thing with clickbait is that it's like 10 things that Disney needs to learn. Number 3 will shock you. That's clickbait. Because it's something that's obviously disingenuous and lying. It's just trying to bait you into coming in to watch it.
Yeah. I haven't seen this particular video from Nerdrotic, but Disney is a disaster, Marvel is dying, and Star Wars is dead. Which is actually kind of a reasonable fucking take, considering look how bad both things have gotten.
Yeah, Pixar movies have started flopping like crazy.
Yeah. Quantumania, the Ant-Man movie, was incoherent. Multiverse of Madness was incoherent. It was getting to the point, I don't know how well Guardians is doing now, but people were actually questioning whether Guardians would do well or not. Even though it's the one everyone thought would still be good. And look at Star Wars. Apparently Andor was good, but they haven't made a movie since Rise of Skywalker, which was 2019. And they had a plan at one point to release a new Star Wars movie every year. That's been dumpstered. Look how shit Obi-Wan was. Look how shit Book of Boba Fett was. Look how shit Season 3 of Mando was.
Yeah.
Quantumania was a flop, and it was supposed to introduce the new Thanos. Well, I mean, what's his name? Kang was already introduced from Loki, but yeah.
Yeah. Is Andor actually good, though? I've heard good things about Andor, and I've heard a lot of bad things about Andor. Like, I've heard there are great moments. The Security Council, in particular, are considered a standout highlight. But that there's a lot of tism and derpery, and it's...
Yeah. Is the thumbnail being attention-grabbing just clickbait to the sky? It might be.
It might be.
Because the whole point of a thumbnail is to get people's attention. We've criticized thumbnails of some of the some of the people we've covered before, where their thumbnail just looks like garbage or low effort or nothing, no time or effort was put into it at all. Like that one guy where most of the thumbnail was black and there's just random images all over the thing. Like, oh, here's a game cover, and here's...
At various sizes.
And yeah. And it just didn't work. It didn't look good. I wouldn't call this thumbnail, or even the Mark Zuckerberg one there, I wouldn't call those clickbait. It's people talking about a subject. Like, again, the problem with a lot of clickbait is that a lot of it doesn't seem genuine either. The entire point is purely for views. Whereas Nerdrotic's video, I can guarantee you he believes everything he's saying in that video.
Yeah.
Reminds me of organized chaos thinking that negative coverage is inherently bad to the universe. Jesus fucking Christ, what?
Doesn't surprise me. That doesn't sound like a take.
That sounds like a take he would have, but like, negative coverage at all is inherently bad to the universe. Let me just be clear about something right now. The entire rest of the universe doesn't care about your YouTube video.
Yeah. The universe doesn't care that you exist. The universe doesn't care that the Earth exists. The universe does not give a shit.
No. Nerdrotic also provides receipts for pretty much everything he says in his videos. Yes, that too. He'll show evidence to back up his claims.
Yeah, so, again, these aren't clickbait. What was that first one? The Halo one?
It's a Halo one. Let's rewind. State of Halo, Toby crying in Master Chief's thing. This might be the end of Halo, State of Microsoft, and Halo franchise. Well, a lot of people don't think too highly of Halo 4, 5, or Infinite.
Yeah. I think people think way too highly of Reach. I don't want to get into that as well.
Well, hey, you could do your Reach tangent now, because it would actually be relevant to the discussion.
But yeah, no, Reach is genuinely... Reach is an awful game. Like, mediocre gameplay and a storyline that absolutely destroys the entire canon of Halo. It is just awful. It genuinely blows my mind. But everybody thinks of it as, oh no, Reach was good because it was Bungie. It's like, no, it's not. And it's not the Bungie you think it is. This was the Bungie that was transitioning over to making Destiny. In fact, Reach is Destiny Alpha. They're almost interchangeable. I had a guy in my community, Mishima, went through and he actually checked the code between Halo Reach and Destiny, and they're damn near 1-for-1. So it's clear that Reach was the test bed for Destiny. Halo lore be damned, which is why you get so many things that make no fucking sense all over the place in it. It's just bad. Halo Reach is awful. Halo Reach destroys the entire continuity of Halo. It's just awful. And as I like to say, because people point out Halo 4, it's like, yeah, but Halo 4 is way worse for it. I'm like, I don't agree. Because if Halo Reach comes in, and we just picture Halo as a person, right? Halo is a guy. And you have Halo Reach step in the door, and then Halo Reach levels a shotgun and blows the guy's brains out, and then leaves. And then Halo 4 comes in and cuts off an arm, a leg, and the head. I'm sorry, but Halo Reach already blew the guy's brains out. I don't care that the body was further desecrated by something else. Like, yeah, the body shouldn't have been desecrated, but the damage was already done.
The year is 2077. You get a notification from Setch's channel. Halo Reach video premieres next year. Oh, can't wait to see it.
Oh, dude, I have been so fucking autistic on this script. I can't even begin to tell you. It is so fucking crazy. Like, Halo Reach is genuinely so dog shit. It just fucks up everything in the canon. Everything. The Covenant are no longer a threat. Humanity actually have better technology than the Covenant do. Cortana is no longer a human AI, it's a Forerunner AI. It is mad fuck. And it's explained why, because guess what? It's Frank O'Connor. The guy who didn't get Halo lore right did the one terminal that everybody brings up. No, this terminal proves that the humans aren't Forerunner. And it's the one terminal that is registered as being a lie in the rest of the game and is the corrupted terminal because Frank O'Connor didn't understand the story of Halo. Frank O'Connor was the lead writer of Halo Reach, where he continued to not understand the story of Halo and actually retconned the entire lore of Halo in one fell swoop. Frank O'Connor is also the guy who went on to lead and helm at 343. Frank O'Connor is the one that destroys all of Halo canon, and he continues to get work. Like, holy shit. Halo Reach is awful. It is genuinely terrible.
3 Malaysian ringgits from Pendekar Mando, thank you. I'm afraid to watch Mando Season 3 because I actually enjoyed the first 2 seasons. They are terribly written, but they just clicked with me. But I've seen people who...
the first 2 seasons?
Well, I just read that out.
Oh, did you? Oh, Discord cut you off and just said no. I didn't hear any of that. Like, I thought you stopped for dramatic effect after...
No.
I actually liked the first 2 seasons, and then you just stopped.
No.
Sorry, that's what happened on my end.
They're terribly written, but they just clicked with me. But I've seen people who rated it at 10 say Season 3 is bad. From what I've seen of Season 3, yeah, it's really bad.
Yeah. I don't even think Halo Reach... Eldritch Dragoon says Reach is flashy and plays okay, but the story and writing quality is very poor. Story and writing quality is non-existent. It is terrible. It makes no fucking sense whatsoever. There is so much contrivance and nonsense all over the place. And like I said, it destroys all of canon. It destroys all of Halo lore. But the gameplay is also not that good. You have really shit new vehicles and weapons, and again, all that stuff is also stuff that breaks the canon, like... Because there's stuff that is way better than anything you get in Halo 1, 2, 3, and ODST that both sides would have obviously continued using because they're better, and you have them in vast quantities here, but, you know, whatever. Spartan 3's existing is also a huge fucking problem because there are no other Spartans in Halo 1, 2, 3, and ODST. Well, actually, no, that's not true. In Halo 1, there is another Spartan, but that is actually explained in Halo: The Fall of Reach, the book that comes beforehand, that's a Spartan that's injured, and they don't know if that Spartan will survive. If you play single-player Halo 1 Combat Evolved, it's assumed the other Spartan didn't survive. If you play split-screen co-op, it's assumed the other Spartan managed to recover from their injuries. I actually like that as a nice touch.
Yeah.
But when it comes to Halo 2 and 3 and ODST, Master Chief is the only Spartan left. He's the only one that survives. And what's even more important about this is that in Halo 3, when you get co-op teammates, if you want to play 4-player co-op, if Spartan 3s existed, they would also be on Earth. People are just like, no, why would they be on Earth? Reach is the thing that protects Earth. It's like, how? This is a fucking space war. Reach doesn't protect Earth at all. The Covenant don't need to attack Reach to attack Earth. The only thing keeping Earth safe is that the Covenant don't know where it is yet. Even though they actually do know where it is, they don't realize that it is Earth. They just think it's a Forerunner outpost, which is why Halo 2 happens, where a small fleet shows up with a fucking prophet, and because they think, oh, here's an outpost of the Forerunners. Oh shit, it's the human homeworld! What the fuck? Yeah, anyways, Spartan 3 is existing. They would be on Earth. Because there's no reason you would put all of your best weapons and technology on not the homeworld when it's a space war, and the homeworld could be attacked literally at any moment of any time of day. It's just so fucking stupid. Because, yeah. So when you play Halo 3, you get Master Chief, the Arbiter, those are player 1 and player 2. Then player 3 and player 4 are both Sanghali. They're both elites. They are not Spartans. It's just, oh god, it's just so fucked. It's just so stupid. None of it makes a fucking lick of sense. None of it does. It should have been Spartan 2s and Halo Reach, and Reach should have fallen in a matter of hours, like it did in actual original canon. Not over a fucking month. It was a month of fighting where the Covenant had 750 fucking ships. Now, you could then assume, oh, no, Lord Admiral Hood, he's just being hyperbolic. Even though he doesn't come off as anybody that's hyperbolic at all. He's not making the statement as hyperbole or anything. He's like, that's strange, we're getting attacked by 15 ships here. But the fleet that attacked Reach was 50 times this size. Well, okay, let's say he's being hyperbolic. Let's say it's 10 times this size. Let's say it's only 150 ships, right? Well, I will grant you that, hey, maybe let's give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to steel man your argument and say he's being hyperbolic and it was only 10 times. That's 150 ships. And it takes them over a month to take Reach. Whereas 15 ships kick Earth's ass by themselves within a day. Just 15 ships. And they're actually so kicking Earth's ass that they're even managing to set up a digging operation while still fighting Earth. It's just, oh my god. It's so fucking stupid. It is so fucked. Oh. Legit question. Did Spartan 3s exist in the book? No, they didn't. It was introduced in Reach. Reach introduced the Spartan 3 program. Again, Reach fucked everything.
Anyways, back to the video.
Yeah, there you go. Remember, you asked for this. Yeah, I'm gonna pull the fucking Sherlock here. Like, no, I don't think we should do over dinner. And then Kree's like, I insist. Meanwhile, the chat's like, wait, well, I don't know. Well, I'm sorry, Kree existed.
Well, I meant it as a joke, but
I will
sure.
take it.
Anyways, I do feel that some videos are like, oh, this is the end of thing. Like, not necessarily. That might be a bit hyperbolic, because even with how bad Fallout is right now, I wouldn't say this is the end of Fallout. I just say, you know, this isn't what Fallout should be. Like, these games are still successful as much as I hate it. It would make sense to say this is the end of whatever if you're talking about more so Disney, Star Wars, and Marvel right now, because they are genuinely doing really badly. it's hard to say for Star Wars because they've got the Disney Plus shows, so we don't know how much they actually make on those. But apparently the Marvel movies are making less and less. And, what, did Ant-Man Quantumania lose money?
Yeah, I think Ant-Man Quantumania has actually bombed real hard at the box office.
Yeah. So that's a case where it would make sense to say, oh, this could be the end of the MCU, or, stuff like that. Even though, yeah, they've still got movies coming out, but sometimes you could just see when the writing is on the wall.
Yeah.
A lot of what I'm recommended to on YouTube are clickbait videos about how some franchise or company or game is the worst thing of all time, or dying, or a failure, and so on.
Whoa, was that last one? Hold on. I have a feeling that got fucking it did get added.
It did?
This little disingenuous cunt. Okay, Cree, look at the thumbnails and look at the size of the thumbnails and everything, right?
Oh, it's a different... Oh, wow.
Yeah, this little fuck added that last one in. This little fucking shit stain.
Yeah. And he probably changed the title of that video, too. In fact, I'd be surprised if that account even exists. Let's check.
This whole thing just screams like it's fucked. Because, yeah, you notice that it's all a different... it's all a different thing. I could imagine a Halo Fan 117 account would exist because, Master Chief John 117.
Yeah.
But what a sneaky little fucking cunt.
Yep. Searching for that exact title, nothing is coming up.
Yeah.
Now, there are videos like Halo community wants 343 Industries fired, but not fired and they're unable to support their families.
Yeah.
Gamers want 343 fired.
People. I want 343 Industries fired from the project as well. I don't want them on it.
Alright, so it looks like he just fucking made something... Actually, I should scroll through the list to show people what came up.
Yeah, and I fucking caught that shit because I saw that the thumbnails were wrong. The thumbnail
good
size.
Catch.
I got this. Every now and then I can eagle eye spot this fucking shit.
Yeah.
Or a failure, and so on. Some negative clickbait videos I think are cringeworthy and stupid, but this video is...
Again, Shad's video isn't clickbait. He's just wrong, but he's gotten so sick of everything woke. Shad has definitely gone hardcore to where he is sick and tired of all this nonsense of pushing these fucking agendas. That even if there's a little bit of it, and it's not, and it isn't actually that, he's done with it. He's over it. And again, Shad has explained that in his video because people asked about that video.
Yeah. Also, for the Geeks and Gamers one in the top left, and the one to the right of it, where I'm not sure who made that video. There's a few channels that have thumbnails that look like that. That was from the advertising material before the movie came out. And there's a few moments that they were concerned that, oh, is she going to be a girl boss? This could be annoying if she is. And, like...
And it didn't help that...
I wonder if this guy actually watched their videos, or if he's just taking the thumbnails, because Jeremy got a lot of shit... Yeah, because Jeremy got a lot of shit from people on Twitter who were just posting the thumbnails around and bitching about it, and he kept mocking them because they didn't watch the video, where he said, yeah, I still think this movie is going to be good.
Yeah. And it's one of those things, too, where it's like, what didn't help was the advertising led towards that idea of like, oh no, is it going to be the same woke nonsense we've gotten all these time?
Yeah.
And then you get the actress saying, like, she's pissed off because she wasn't girl boss enough, and it's like, oh, fuck off. So, it seems even more like it's going to be insufferable nonsense. It turns out it wasn't. it turns out she's not actually that much of a girl boss. Thankfully, she is actually more of their traditional role. And yeah, it's just the reason. Again, Shad explained it is because of just how fucking sick and tired he is of this nonsense, of all this fucking insufferable woke leftist shit.
Yeah. They retracted this after they saw the movie. They said on streams that she wasn't as bad as they feared she would be. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers has even defended the character of Peach in the movie, saying, yeah, she was powerful in the game. She had a lot of power in the games when you get to play as her.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and again, and for anyone that doesn't know, the girl boss is usually the insufferable bitch. The girl that acts like a man and has to throw their weight and authority and position around at all times and demean everyone else underneath them and around them. Yeah. They're genuinely the most insufferable pieces of shit in the universe. But they're treated as like the hero, the this is empowering to women, acting, a woman acting like a man who demeans and like absolutely like harasses and destroys everyone underneath them. Admiral Holdo is a good example, yeah.
Yeah. $2 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. Does anyone remember Ty, the Tasmanian Tiger? I've never played those games.
I played it vaguely. I remember him as just that was back in the era of mascots. Everybody wanted a mascot, an animal mascot for their stuff. So there was all kinds of stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like House of the Dragon. House of the Dragon is a great example where a lot of people, because the trailer stuff like that did not do House of the Dragons any favor.
Yeah.
When it came to not looking like the usual leftist cringe. But then it actually turned out it was really good.
Or some of the people making the show who made comments like, this is about Roe v. Wade in regards to like the pregnancies and stuff. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's like, no, it wasn't. Holy shit. They aren't even remotely similar.
Isn't about value judgments. If you don't like something and want to watch or make a video about it, more power to you. My favorite YouTube channel is Red Letter Media, and they got popular by trashing the Star Wars prequels.
Again, it's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
What I am going to be talking about is how YouTube channels are incentivized to make negative content, and on top of that, exaggerate how they really feel.
Okay, you're going to have to provide examples of that.
Yeah. Like, you're going to have to show how they exaggerate how they really feel, because I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of the stuff, like, you're showing Nerdrotic, you showed Shadiversity, you showed Geeks and Gamers, they usually go out of their way to make sure they highlight, like, here's our evidence for why we feel that way. Here's the stuff, here's the conversations that are had, here's this scene, that scene, Like, holy shit.
Also, I kind of disagree with the idea that you're encouraged to be negative on YouTube. It depends from thing to thing. Like, we've talked about before, but Cinema Wins is generally viewed more positively than Cinema Sins, purely because it's being positive.
Yeah, whereas, in reality, the content on Cinema Wins is way worse than Cinema Sins.
Yeah, well, they're both terrible, but yeah, Cinema Wins is definitely better... Cinema Wins is definitely worse than Cinema Sins.
Yeah, which is impressive because Cinema Sins is like a 1 out of 10 for quality of content, and then Cinema Wins is like, hold my beer, I'm gonna go get a wine cooler and put that 010 on the board, baby.
Yeah. Is this guy a mind reader? How could he possibly know that they're exaggerating how they feel rather than showing their real opinion? Yeah, exactly.
That's why we said you're gonna have to show evidence. Like, you can do that, by the way. Mahler did it flawlessly when it came to Synthetic Man. Holy shit, how he'll say one thing in his videos, but then he's like, Mahler then immediately cuts through his streams of him saying incredibly awful, horrifying, even racist shit.
Yeah. It would be like if I did my Fallout 4 analysis videos where I'm just completely ripping the game apart, and then I just say something like, oh yeah, I actually really like Fallout 4, though. I have a lot of fun with it. I think the story is actually written pretty well. That would be somewhat exaggerating their opinions for the sake of getting those sweet, sweet hate clicks,
Hate clicks and updates and algorithm engagement. Dude, I'm waiting for a long man bad. Because I don't know, this genuinely seems like he doesn't know what clickbait is, and I have a feeling. And also, again, he's also already tried to slip in shit that he's already tried to be sneaky and manipulative. So I would just not be surprised if a long man bad gets thrown in here somewhere.
Oh yeah, I could definitely see that.
Yeah. And Vetsy says in chat, one of Nerdrotic's most popular streams is him talking about House of the Dragon, a show he really likes. Yeah.
Yeah. Because again, when you are incredibly critical of things, and your critique is all about like, this is factually what it is, subjectively what it is, and then you come out as somebody that says, hey, this is actually genuinely really fucking good, people stand up and take notice of that.
Yeah.
Because like, oh, this is somebody who they dedicate themselves to objectively looking through all these things, right?
Yeah.
They dedicate themselves to putting the pieces together and showing all the evidence and everything, and they're saying that this is good.
Yeah.
It's probably really good.
And keep in mind, too, that's the exact reason I started watching Season 3 of Star Trek Picard. I've been going through it slowly. I'm still only 2 episodes in. But specifically because people like Nerdrotic said it was good. And this video we're watching now was made about 3 weeks ago. And Picard Season 3 and House of the Dragon would fly in the face of what he's saying right now. Because these are things Nerdrotic both liked. So, how do you square that away? How do you say they're incentivized to only make negative content when something comes out they actually like, they're positive about it, when it would be very, very easy to make hate content about those two things too, trying to make it sound like they're just as bad as, Season 1 and 2 of Picard, if it's purely about the hate,
I would have agreed with you that it was very, very easy to do for House of the Dragon until we watched Ben Shapiro and we realized that, Jesus Christ, no. There is a level of fucking stupid of just like,
there's definitely a level of stupid, but like, if your goal was purely to be negative for the sake of being negative, because that's what gets you the clicks, then you could absolutely manipulatively edit clips of House of the Dragon or Star Trek Picard Season 3 to make them look a lot worse than they are, and to say, oh yeah, this is just more garbage, it's woke, it's this, it's that,
Yeah.
But they genuinely liked those shows, and they talked about how they liked it and why they liked it, why they were good, and you could see that these people were excited that, hey, House of the Dragon was actually really good, there's a lot of good moments in this show. Oh, Picard Season 3, I really love this moment in it,
Yeah.
And I like how they called back to this thing from the original series, or from TNG, or from Deep Space Nine.
Man, I cannot wait to do the Deep Space Nine stream. That's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah, we'll probably do that in a week or two.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think this is just one of those guys who doesn't actually look at the facts or do the proper research, and he's just assuming that all the negativity is purely for the sake of negativity, because there's a lot of videos like this on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder how much of these he's actually watched and how many he's just seen, like, the title and the thumbnail and just assumes.
We mentioned that earlier. I don't know if you're here for that because you keep cutting out, but he
That
could be one of
probably
those people who just looks at the thumbnail and bases everything on that.
That's what I'm getting from this, is what it seems like. He doesn't even actually watch the content. He just looks at the fucking thumbnail and title and is like, oh my god, a fucking another one, Jesus Christ.
How can anyone say that negative content about media is in any way encouraged when, if anything, positive stuff is endlessly filleted? Yeah. There's a lot of positive content just seems to do better from what I've seen. And yeah, a lot of negative stuff can get a lot of views. Muller's The Last Jedi videos have millions of views. But those are cases where a lot of people are genuinely upset with the movie, and seeing someone rip it apart is really cathartic.
Yeah.
If there's something that I watched that I disliked, then it's nice seeing that, hey, other people see this too. Other people have these problems, and they're talking about it. And, oh, they noticed a thing I didn't notice. Yeah, that is really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$22 from Jacob Gaugen? I hope I pronounced that right. Thank you. These kinds of people are mad that there was a lot of media criticism on YouTube. However, if people in the press weren't exclusively brown-nosers, there wouldn't have been the hole in the market for media criticism. Yeah, there's that too. There's a lot of people, like a lot of people, who are just going to trust people on YouTube more than, oh hey, here's a critic at some rag that has no credibility in it. Here's a Kotaku writer's opinion on what this game is. Is it good or not? You know?
Yeah. Oh god, speaking of Kotaku and their like defiant stand that, oh, you know, we're racking up blacklists, and they have a picture of a fighter in World War II who's shot down multiple Japanese and German pilots. And it's like they have Kotaku over him, and it's like, what are you trying to say here?
Well, no, it was a Kotaku writer who posted it, saying how he feels about publisher blacklists. It's like, he's saying this in regards to Nintendo, the Japanese company. Like, if anyone else had done that, if that would have been a YouTuber, if that was PewDiePie, how many fucking articles would be written about, oh, this is what toxic gamers are like?
They want to
shit
kill
like that.
Japanese people and stuff like that, yeah.
This is the racism of the gaming community. And yet here it is coming from Kotaku. What a fucking idiot.
As a YouTube creator, unique insights you probably haven't thought about before. I'm gonna start though.
I highly doubt that.
See, some of that cut for me, so I don't even know what he said there.
As a content creator myself, I probably have insights that you've never heard of, you never thought of before.
No, especially not as a YouTuber that has, what, 5,000 subscribers? There's a lot of insights to YouTube I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
YouTube creator now, I think I have unique insights you probably haven't thought about before. I'm gonna start though by getting the obvious out of the way first. Obviously, stronger titles get more clicks than weaker titles.
No shit, you don't say. I never would have imagined. Oh my god, wow. Wow, I'm so glad that we have this YouTube content creator to tell me that, because there's no way I wouldn't know that unless I was a YouTube content creator.
Also, if you're gonna do and more editing to it, again, show an actual fucking example. Don't make an example here. Don't artificially create this. Show an actual example.
Well, you see, if I artificially create the example, that proves that I'm right.
Yeah. But yeah, this is genuinely, this is obvious. This is to the point of obvious. Like, a good snappy title is what you want. Like, again, we even do that here for STAG, where we're trying to come up with, like, what sounds like an interesting title for the stream.
Halo Infinite isn't as catchy of a title as Halo Infinite is the worst thing since the Holocaust. You could make the greatest video of all time, say it's about Batman, but if your title is just Batman and your thumbnail is a low-res impact font meme from 2008, no one will ever watch your video because the few people who YouTube does recommend it to aren't going to click, and YouTube will just stop trying to recommend it.
Okay, so how does this not apply to every single kind of video, positive or negative? Because when you say, oh, this Halo Infinite is the worst thing since the Holocaust, what if you were to instead do, oh, this thing, Puss in Boots 2 is the best thing since,
the invention of sliced bread.
That's where I was gonna go, but I wanted to do something that was less, like, obvious. But you know what I mean. Because it works in both directions. There's a lot of like, if you search now, why something is the best whatever, like, you're going to get titles similar to that. In fact, let me do that now. Alright, here we go. So, 6 reasons why Fallout 4 is awesome and it's the best Fallout game. That's actually a video we've covered. Why Fallout 4 was amazing. Fallout 4 is better than you think. No!
Oh, wow.
top 10 games like Fallout 4 you must try. Like, yeah, it works in all directions.
Yeah, it's so stupid that he's trying to pin this on like only people who criticize stuff when the same crowd who just constantly fillets everything and has nothing but positive things to say about some of the worst garbage imaginable do the exact same fucking thing because yeah, that's just YouTube. That's how it works. You're just expected to do that.
Tangentially related. Guess what? There's a certain YouTuber that says Fallout New Vegas is probably one of the greatest games of all time. One of these up there in like maybe the top 3 or top 10 greatest games of all time. Can you guess what YouTuber said that? Because it was one of those things like it just came up out of nowhere, and I was just like, oh, that's amazing.
Who? Rags?
No, it's not. They're not. Their channel isn't even game related at all.
Oh, fuck, I don't know. Red Letter Media?
It was Brandon Herrera.
Oh,
I was about
really?
to say,
AK guy. Yeah, AK guy.
Yeah,
Said,
I was about to say,
damn,
I think
want
it's
to play me some more New Vegas. Seriously, New Vegas is probably one of the best games of all time.
yeah,
or at least,
I fucking love
top
that.
10.
Yeah, I love that comment in his gun meme review. It was fucking great when he mentioned that.
Based. I'd like to see him play that. Damn.
Yeah.
Like, imagine him doing a full playthrough, but also giving commentary on every gun.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exceptionally based. Yeah. He likes wood furniture on AR platforms. This is why he like, man, this makes me want to play New Vegas again, because the service rifle is wood furniture on an AR platform. I don't like wood furniture on an AR platform, but as I've explained, mine is because you lose the modularity of all the polymer and everything, and I like the modularity.
Yeah,
Like,
same.
I think that's kind of the point of the AR platform, is the fact that it is so modular.
Sorry, but who's Brandon Herrera? He's a gun channel on YouTube, and he's really good.
He's a
does
fantastic gun channel.
He does the series where it's not called This Week It's Stupid, but it's like natural selection.
The Darwin Awards.
Darwin
is one
Awards.
Of his.
Yeah. AK Jesus. Yes.
Yeah, he was literally called AK Jesus. His original title for all of his stuff was That AK Guy, or The AK Guy. He would go interchangeably between them, and then he just made it his name, or just Brandon Herrera. So that's just the name of the channel now.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting him to be a gamer, and let alone to like New Vegas that much. Damn.
Yeah.
I like hearing that.
That's why it was a surprise. It just came out of nowhere. I was like, oh, beast.
And this means you like this. Are you making a video about 2-time Super Bowl champion and MVP quarterback Patrick Mahomes? Photoshop a thumbnail where Tom Brady calls him trash.
Okay, but
if Tom Brady did actually call him trash, then, you know, that's not clickbait. That'd be like, wait, did he actually say that? And then if you show the interview where Tom Brady actually says that about him, then yeah, it's not clickbait. You were just exciting a person to get them to watch your video.
Yeah. God, this guy really doesn't understand these fucking terms at all, does he?
And also, this is what NFL players thought of him before he started as a quarterback. Like, I'm not a sports guy, but this would imply that they saw his earlier days before he went professional and they didn't think too highly of him.
Yeah. Also, damn it, with that arrow, I keep thinking that it's the Amazon
Yeah, it does
logo
look like
with
that.
an Amazon logo with a bit of a smirk to it.
Also, he says Photoshop like it's a bad thing. Like, obviously they're not standing next to each other. Like,
Yeah, and
this is how thumbnails are made. I'm sorry to break this to you. I know it's terrifying news, but when you make interesting thumbnails, sometimes you'll include elements from different images or videos to make something that looks interesting.
yeah, and even better, it's like this isn't Photoshop to like manipulate an image. Like, it's just showing like, hey, this guy says that this guy, he's trash. And if it is genuinely in the video, like, hey, this is what Tom Brady said about him, he's trash.
You don't understand,
it's fine.
Fish. he was actually standing next to this guy, and there was an actual speech bubble in the real world with the words "he's trash" in it.
Yeah, again, this isn't the... When people say that stuff's been obviously photoshopped, it's when people try to manipulate things. Like the way you did earlier in your fucking video.
Yeah, it's kind of hypocritical for him to call out other people photoshopping stuff when he's already put manipulated shit into his video to make people look bad.
Yeah.
And, I meant to get this comment earlier, but that channel that had the fake, oh, I want everyone from 343 fired and unable to support their families, that's an actual channel, as someone in chat found out, that has Halo gameplay footage.
Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't have been surprised, because every edgy teen does the XX on either side, because it looks cool, and then Halo fan 117, Master Chief is Spartan 117, so, you know, it fucking fits. That's why I was like, I could immediately see that this was an actual channel, or would be an actual channel. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
Small x, capital X, underscore cunt destroyer, underscore capital X, small x.
Yes. Everybody did it. Or you use a number here or there to do it. Like, I was in a clan that was literally the TH3 clan.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So it's the. So then it would be like, for me it was the Dreskar. The clan leader was the god. And stuff like that. It's just like, that's just how you do it, right?
Sigma username.
I'm getting on that Sigma grind set.
Where Tom Brady calls him trash. Making a video on how the Mario movie is getting worse reviews than you think it should. Claim that critics are saying it isn't woke enough and add a screaming SJW face from 2017.
Because, yeah, that's what they did, though. Like, again, the critics are actively saying it's not woke enough. Like, they're not saying the words woke enough, but they're doing all the usual fucking lingo, and we're showing what the critics are pandering to, which is that SJW loser, fucking pathetic piece of shit.
I just find it funny how this guy's getting upset about, like, look how small that is in the corners. Like, that was certainly added in as a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah. It also kind of proves that he probably didn't watch the video, because he's assuming that this is being applied to the film when it's clearly being applied to the fucking critics who think it's not woke enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I go find this video right now, like, they're probably going to be showing reviews talking about, you know, this movie isn't good.
Yeah. Which, let me tell you,
this movie.
Hollywood has been seething and coping and molding for the fact that Super Mario is doing as well as it's doing. That it is breaking record after record after record.
Well, it looks bad.
They are just pissed. And what's amazing is that they're all pissed for different reasons. Some of them are that it doesn't push the agenda or anything like that. Some of them are that it's literally a fan project. And others that it is actually the greatest video game to movie adaptation of all time. So people saying that about, like, Paramount's Halo show is the greatest video game adaptation of all time are now pissed off because this thing just shows how it's actually done.
Yeah. And
you don't have to sacrifice the entire game's story, lore, and world to tell your shitty-ass fucking fan fiction.
Yeah. And it looks bad on Disney when Strange Worlds didn't do well, Lightyear didn't do well. But here's the fucking Mario movie that crossed $1 billion in a few weeks.
Yep.
Yeah. Where their fucking Mario is voiced by Chris Pratt.
Oh no, somebody in my Discord's trying to poison me.
Uh-oh.
They sent the message. They sent the message. Here's a suggestion for the stream. Everything great about Halo Reach from Gaming Wins.
Maybe we could do that after me and Pagan play Reach.
Okay. Well, I'll force you guys to play Reach then at some point.
Well, I was planning on streaming the first 3 Halo games at least, and depending on how that goes, I said in the past I might cover the newer ones.
So you'll get to Halo Reach in a decade, got it.
Yes. Unironically, yes.
Oh yeah, no, I'm being serious.
Making a video deaths and a legendary playthrough of Halo 2 while giving your thoughts on each level. Suggest Halo 2's legendary might be broken and add a jackal sniper with laser eyes.
Okay, I know he's showing this from his own channel, but, like, what if the legendary difficulty actually is broken? Because
But
you know,
that
there's
is the meme of Halo 2. The Jackal Sniper is literally the meme of Halo 2. That's why Charlie, Voice Critical, did his fucking thing of, like, all skulls except for the one skull that actually gives you a benefit turned on Halo 2 Legendary, no deaths, and no breaks. Right? That was why he did that challenge. It like, Halo 2 Legendary is genuinely broken. It really is.
Yeah,
That's what made somebody actually finishing that challenge and collecting that. I think it was, what, a $10,000 bounty? Them actually collecting that was so fucking amazing.
Okay, but have you considered that telling the truth in your title and thumbnail is bad? Because it's clickbait now.
Yeah. And again,
no, that's
like,
just...
this video, your video here is entirely fine. Like, you're showing the thumbnail. I actually would have put in maybe broken over the head of the fucking jackal, honestly. But you're showing it's Master Chief. There's a jackal behind him with the fucking "I'ma murder you" eyes, and your title is Halo 2's Legendary Difficulty broken. And people that play Halo 2 know, even not even on Legendary Difficulty, even on Heroic Difficulty, the Jackal Snipers are fucking brutal. So on Legendary Difficulty, the fact that they'll one-tap you even with an overshield is crazy.
Yeah. And there are games that have, like, other games that have high difficulties that are absolutely fucking absurd and insane. Like, it's not just Halo 2.
Yeah, like those games that literally will label them, like, unfair. Like, seriously, no, don't play this. And it'll even warn you, like, don't play this difficulty. This is designed to piss you off.
For real though, and I'm obviously biased, but I feel like I strike a good balance and my videos are more intriguing than pure clickbait. Coming up with an intriguing idea for a video though is not easy. The hardest thing about—
No, it is! Okay, it's actually a lot easier than people think it is, right? The problem is that people don't look at it as like, what'll be intriguing? People get caught in the trap of, what'll get the views?
Yeah.
What do other people want to see? That's where you get caught in a trap.
Yeah, and that's a trap you shouldn't get caught in. You should make the kind of content you want to create.
Yeah, Garanius, I was specifically referencing Pathfinder. Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous annoys the shit out of me, because on normal difficulty, it's already a ball ache. And normal difficulty is actually where they tone some of Pathfinder's mechanics down, and it is already a ball ache, so much to the point where I finally got fed up with the grind and the tedium, and I just put it to the lowest difficulty possible, and I was like, I want to actually experience the fucking story. I don't want to experience 30-minute fights in every fucking room, please. But yeah, then there's literally an unfair difficulty where you need to be a min-max fucking master of Pathfinder mechanics. And I'm just like, nope, not for me. Yeah, Scrublord's right. I was gonna say, Scrublord just said, Pro69 says, the only difference between Jackal Snipers on Heroic and on Legendary is that they usually miss the first shot on Heroic, but immediately fire off another. So you have just a second more to react. Yeah. Because the Jackal Snipers go, pew, pew, pew. It's a 3-shot burst weapon, and every single one of those is instantaneously lethal.
Oh.
YouTube is coming up with new videos. You need something intriguing enough to get views. Then once you have a viewer, the video needs to be engaging enough
So
to hold your
wait. So you fell into the trap already. You already just said it right there. Hold on. So right there, what did I just say? People get into a trap. Intriguing video ideas are easy. The problem is they get into the trap of what will get the views, and he immediately just confirms that's the trap he's fallen into.
Intriguing idea though is not easy. The hardest thing about YouTube is coming up with new video ideas. You need something intriguing enough to get views.
Right there. You need something intriguing enough to get views. No, again, you're looking for the views. Do what's intriguing to you. Do what's interesting to you.
Yeah.
Like, the audience will find it.
I want to point this out. What he's saying here almost feels fucking alien to me, because I just do whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah. And that's the way you should be. Like, you shouldn't even be doing it for the ultimate goal of, like, I want to become super rich off YouTube.
Yeah.
You should just do it to do it.
I mean, I do want to see my channel get big, but the only way to do that is to make videos. And what kind of videos do I want to make? The kind that I'm going to enjoy making, or topics I'm interested in talking about. I said the other day I want to make a video about the original Terminator movie. That's not because, oh, this is going to get me 200 million views on YouTube. It's because I really like Terminator and I want to do a video talking about it.
Yeah.
That's just the process for me. There's things I could have done videos on that I know would have gotten me views that I didn't do because they weren't things I was interested in doing.
Yeah. And it was the same thing for me. Is like when I stream on Twitch, I know what would get me the views and what would get me a better income. It's as if I kept playing Warhammer Online. But I was miserable playing Warhammer Online. I love Warhammer Online, but I was miserable streaming it because I was just angry all the time. Because the game is not well balanced, the developers don't know what they're doing, and they're very arrogant. And that shit annoys the piss out of me so much. And I get so fucking frustrated when I play it. And I don't like being super angry all the time. A little bit of anger here and there is fine. You know, I'm definitely a proponent of the fact that I don't think you should keep it in. I don't think you should keep all that anger and rage in. I think you should let it out, because if you keep it in and let it fester, it becomes worse. But holy shit, yeah, if I wanted to do that, I would just keep playing Warhammer Online. That's when I was getting, on my low days, average of 80 viewers. Right? And for Twitch, that's pretty fucking good for smaller channels.
Yeah.
That's enough to get you into the partnership program. Like, holy shit, I could have gotten partner if I just kept with that, but I didn't want to. So I became a variety streamer because I wanted to genuinely enjoy myself.
Yeah. And similarly, it would be just as easy for me to do videos talking about, like, gaming-related news, or... I can't say that I could, because it would be physically painful for me to do it. But I technically could do videos like hyping up Starfield. Oh, the new Bethesda game! It looks so good! I am so excited for it! But that's just not me. I can't do that. Like, I know stuff like that would do well. I know making videos talking and praising highly Fallout 3 and 4 and other games would probably do very well for me. But it's just not me. And also, interestingly, this guy says that people exaggerate their negative opinions about the things they don't like. But again, what about instances where that might be going in the opposite direction? Whereas people who overpraise things because they don't want to lose their access to, like, pre-review copies and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah.
Like, again, this is a problem that could go both ways. Creetosis, what is your favorite Pokemon? Mine is Typhlosion. I really like Typhlosion, too. I like Hisuian Typhlosion, too. The ghost version of it. That is a really cool design. But I think my favorite is Mimikyu. Oh my god. Mimikyu is great.
Mine are all the dragon types. So, there you go.
All of the dragon types.
Yeah, every time I've ever done those Pokemon Minecraft servers, I always build the Dragon Jojo. So I always like set up NPCs and stuff like that that are just nothing but dragon types.
Were you starting to say, Pagum?
I was just saying that I barely know anything about Pokemon, so I don't have one.
Well, we'll need to make you play them.
I'm very much I'm very much just barely beneath the surface fan. You know what I mean? I'm not like the full fucking iceberg or anything.
I'm not sure how...
No, I hate that palm tree that's a fucking dragon. I fucking hate it. Stupid as fuck. How is it a dragon type?
I don't know why it's a dragon type, but I do like that version of Executor, because, like, it makes sense that a palm tree would be tall like that.
Yeah, it does, but it just looks so dumb. It's a fucking giraffe neck on something that's got really stubby body.
But yeah, I don't know why it's a dragon type. But anyways, yeah, I don't know how I'd be classified as a fan for that series because I've played most of the mainline games and I've enjoyed most of them, but I'm not like a crazy super deep fan who knows all the deep lore or anything like that. So
for the longest time, I didn't even know that the Pokemon universe was set after a great catastrophic war. I didn't know that.
well, that's something that I don't know if it comes up much, but it's referenced in the first generation of games.
Yeah.
Creetosis, I'm just curious, will your Pokemon video be on a specific game or the series as a whole? I was planning on doing a review of the newer one, Scarlet and Violet, but I kind of got backburnered as I was working on other stuff. I still might throw it together, although for a review it's going to be very late.
Yeah.
Then once you have a needs to be engaging enough to hold their attention. These ideas
Okay, so that screen you just showed, hold on. Go back. Nope.
views. Then once you have a viewer, the video needs to be engaging enough to
There. I'm going to tell you right now, most videos are going to have a chart that looks like that for viewer retention.
Yeah.
75% of viewers are still watching at around the 30-second mark. Yeah, that's... Most YouTubers deal with that. Because... And by the way, this is why Acer Thorn's $20 for every view Sid Alpha's video has is fucking retarded. Because not all... however many thousand views that video has, I think it's over 200,000 views now, not all 200,000 views are going to watch the full thing.
Yep.
Yeah, this is completely normal, actually. 100%. This is very normal. That percentage is probably going to be higher for shorter videos. See, he's at 33% there. Someone like me who makes 8-hour-long videos, yeah, you're probably not going to hold 33% of your audience for the entire time. And I don't even know how it calculates that, because let's say someone sits down and watches your video for an hour, and then stops because they've got other things to do, but maybe in 2 or 3 days they come back and pick up from where they left off. How does that count that as a viewer there, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's just, this chart is incredibly biased towards making shorter form content.
Which makes sense because YouTube is pushing the shorts so hard.
Yeah. YouTube
Plus
wants
there's,
shorter
like,
content.
Yeah, plus there's things like, which, like, I'm guilty of this as well. Like, I have done this before. I try not to do it anymore, but whenever I see a video on, like, Discord, I'll just watch it on Discord if I can, and then I'll, like, click the link, go over to it, hit upvote, and then, or subscribe if I feel like it's worth a subscription. And then I'll just exit the video, because I've already watched it.
Yeah.
I try not to do that anymore, but I am guilty of that, and a lot of people are guilty of that. And it's like, yeah, you get that little bit of, you know, watch time and, like, view because somebody watched it on Discord or watched together or something else and then went over to the video to give it an upvote or something and then left.
Yeah.
to hold their attention. These ideally have to satisfy your current audience while also acting as an olive branch to new audiences. Everything I just
Yeah, you're way overthinking it, my dude.
Yeah, you're obsessing over the algorithm and the audience retention and everything like that. No, just make videos you're interested in. That's literally all you got to do.
Yeah. In fact, maybe this is why you have 3,510 subscribers, is because you are trying to cater to the algorithm, rather than just doing what you like. You can't focus on the statistics too much. When you see that screen of however many viewers, hold on.
ideally have to satisfy your current audience while also acting as an olive.
There. That does actually look kind of bad, but that's not the thing you should be focusing on. The focus should be, like, just make good content. Because if 97% of your views are coming from non-subscribers, those are still potential subscribers who are going to click on your video, like what they see, and subscribe.
Yeah, this is... It just feels like he's too focused on...
The stats.
Like, I want my channel to be big. That's the most important thing. Not the content, but whether or not I have enough... Whether or not I'm getting enough views and shit like that. And it's like, yeah, that feels very fake. It feels very corporate. It turns people off.
Yeah. Also, the other thing, too, is thinking about it a little bit more. We don't know the context surrounding this image on screen here. Let's say for a second, it's definitely not going to be this, but let's say for a second, every single subscriber he has viewed his video, and that makes up to 2.7% because he's a very small channel, and then he got tens of thousands of views from people who aren't subscribed. That's actually really good.
Yeah.
Ideally, you would want more of your subscribers watching your videos than not watching your videos, of course, but you're never going to get 100% on that. Probably.
And if you did, I think that would kind of be a disaster, honestly, because, I mean, no new engagement.
No, I mean,
whatsoever.
I don't mean that. I mean, 100% of your subscribers are watching, but then there's also a bunch of other people, too.
Yeah.
That's a good thing, because that means you're getting more views than you have subscribers. And
yes.
From what I understand, subscribers don't actually mean a whole... Like, they definitely play a part in the algorithm, but views are what's important.
Yeah.
Because if you have 10 million subscribers, but you're getting a couple hundred views on each video you do, that is not good. And there are channels out there like that. Like, the second person we're going to be covering today is a channel with 35,000 views, and he gets into the lofty heights of a couple hundred views per video.
Yeah.
If you're making content people truly enjoy, for one reason or another, then you're probably going to be getting a high excess of views over subscribers that you have total.
Yep.
Olive branch to new audiences. Just said is easier to do through negativity than positivity.
I disagree.
No, it isn't. No, holy shit. Again, we're living in the age of the fucking toxic positivity movement. Holy fuck, it is way easier to get viewer engagement if you do nothing but fillet everything you talk about.
Yeah, plus, as we've talked about in the past, it's so much easier and shorter to say something positive about something than to explain why that's not correct and to explain why something is bad.
Yeah.
And a lot of long form content tends to turn people away because a lot of the people today want their like really short videos. So yeah, no, I completely
TLDR.
Yeah, so I completely disagree with this. I'd say it's the opposite, in fact.
Yeah. Because, one comment I've gotten on my videos quite a bit is, oh, you're too negative, or stuff like that. As if, first of all, I'm making videos criticizing other videos and video games and stuff. Like, I don't know how you say, oh yeah, this thing in this game is shit, while sounding positive. It's just not possible.
Yeah, at that point, they're just basically telling you, stop making videos at that point.
Yeah, they're tone policing. And negativity does turn a lot of people off. A lot of people don't want to deal with negative stuff. They just want to be happy. And again, if my goal was purely to get views, I would make positive stuff purely instead of the stuff I want to make, stuff critical of the things that annoy me. Also, as ElseTube says in chat, what? No, it's not. Hell, I'll even admit I was at one point blinded by many a true nerd's positivity. Yeah, that's something that genuinely happens. And that is something that can work in both ways, too. Some people can be blinded by negativity as well. Obviously, what matters is how accurate you are. But, like, I don't know. I've just seen better reception in general towards stuff that's positive.
Yeah. Especially because a lot of positivity, people will just tend to accept, like you say, this scene is really good. People just tend to accept that and don't need you to explain why. When you explain that this scene is really bad, people will then be like, oh, well, why? Why do you think it's bad?
Yeah.
And again, you should be showing evidence in both cases. You honestly should. But people that make the positive videos don't often get held to that standard.
Yeah. Because,
I was blinded by science.
yeah. It's easy to get people to... Sorry. It's generally easier to get people to agree with you if you're being positive, especially about something they like. When you're being negative about something, when you're criticizing something, you oftentimes have to bring receipts. And not only do you have to bring receipts, but you have to argue real fucking hard in defense of that thing. Like, in defense of your own arguments, why that thing is bad.
Yep.
My first Phase 2 is a masterpiece. It did surprisingly well. After having almost 0 views for several days, it suddenly picked up, and before I even uploaded my second video, it made it all the way to 5,000 views. But the problem with this that I realized early on is that I couldn't just make videos about my favorite games. I would run out of stuff to talk about. There are only so many...
No.
No.
If I did videos purely about all the games and movies I like, I would have content for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
Yeah, because one, you could cover them multiple times, and secondly, assuming that we don't suddenly get some sort of drought where there's no movies or games coming out ever again, surely you'll find something in the future that you'll like that you can talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's say for some reason no new games were ever made from this point forward. There is a massive fucking backlog of games, like of every game that's ever been made, that you could go back and play. And you know what? I saw this game on sale on Steam a few years, and I bought it intending to play it, but I never did. Let's check it out. Oh, hey, I actually really like this game. Let's do a video about it.
Yeah.
Oh, there's this old PlayStation 1 game I've never played. A lot of people say it's good. I'll check it out. Oh, hey, this is actually amazing. I'll do a video on it.
Many games out there that I legit... And chances are that of those games, not all of you have the same taste I do or have even played the same games I have. If I talked about a game I liked growing up that most of you either never played or don't like, such as Kingdom for Keflings, it would be really hard to get most of you to click. What I've opted to...
No,
Yeah,
it
but-
wouldn't. No. No, I disagree with that. Because again, you have like stuff like Seth Zentak, right? He'll play lots of obscure, weird games. Same with Mandalore Gaming. They'll play a lot of obscure, weird games. And tons of people come in and are like, what is this? Because they're genuinely curious.
Yep.
Like, holy shit. Like, he's the one that revived stuff like Wizardry 8. People fucking play the shit out of that game. That video was fantastic, by the way. It was funny as fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't tell you the number of times I've watched videos about either movies or games that I haven't watched or played, and I really enjoyed those videos because it's showing me something I might never have seen otherwise.
Yeah.
Or because it introduces me to a movie or game that I might not have known otherwise. There's a lot of games that I've bought and played and really, really loved, purely because... in particular, I've seen someone streaming it. I used to watch Vinesauce a lot when he was doing streams more regularly, and there's a bunch of games I've bought because of him. Subnautica is one of them. I would have never played Subnautica if it wasn't for his streams, and here I am now, having played it, 5-6 times, maybe more, because I really fucking enjoyed that game.
You had the same thing when it was specifically with Seth Zentak. You had it with Space Station 13.
Yeah.
Before Seth did his video, like the peak would have been like 200 players. After Seth's video is literally called the Seth Tide, and it fucking like what is it at this very moment? This is long after the Seth Tide has kind of washed away, and the people who genuinely like the game have now stuck around. So let me just pop this up for a second. It is at 2,208 players this very moment.
Oh.
Like, what is that? That's a 1,100% increase? Or no, it's just 1,000% increase. Or is it 1,010? Fuck.
Doesn't matter. It's an insane increase.
Yeah.
Civi plays a bunch of Slavjank people don't know. Yeah, what was that video we watched like a year ago? Where it was this crazy Slavjank game, and it was just, oh my god. But it was a hilarious video.
Because that was the whole joke of the clock thing.
Yeah.
It's like, what is the time, CV11? He's like, oh god, it's Janko clock.
Internet historian makes videos about random events, and they are always great. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you could do a video on just about anything. It just depends on the person making the video. Are you entertaining enough to make this thing interesting enough to watch?
And do you have passion about what you're talking about? Even if you passionately despise it? Or do you speak as if you're enjoying yourself, like what you're doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that video game that CV11 was talking about, by the way, was called You Are Empty, which is a fantastic title for a Slavjank game. And for anyone that doesn't know what Slavjank is basically games made in Eastern Europe that tend to be fucking janky, broken, like they tend to be a mess, but they have super high ambitions of telling like really high art stories and things like that. They have like deep moral lessons and things. That's what Slavjank is. It is fucking wild.
Yeah.
Like, they are really insane about themselves. Like, there's the Slavjank game Cryostasis. I think it's Cryostasis. Where you're just an explorer that's sent out to find this missing Soviet nuclear icebreaker that just went missing. And you go there, and suddenly you're able to interact with people's dying memories, and you can rewrite the history of them. And it turns out that the entire game is actually, like, a metaphor for how man treats man and stuff, and the final boss is literally Kronos, the god of time. Like, holy shit, what a fucking wild ride that is. I even love CV11 when he gets to that point. He's like, well, there's a final memory here I can interact with, but I don't see anything, but it's a really big memory, so what's gonna happen? And then this giant fucking Greek titan, this Greek god, reaches up from the ship with an anchor and with his hourglass, and the video just zooms in, freezes, and it just says Kronos, god of time. And he's like, what the fuck?
Would Fallout 3 and 4 be American jank? That's Bethesda jank in particular.
To do instead is experiment with video to see what I like and what works, centered around the same topic, Halo, which I can later take to other topics in the future. But I could have made the original style of simply talking about different games work by making one change. Instead of praising games, tearing...
No,
you fucking... We had the exact same thought.
God.
This is just irritating because this is someone who's claiming to know, like, the intricacies of YouTube while actually clearly not knowing.
Yeah, this dude has no fucking clue.
Okay, Fallout 3 is a bad game. Go and search for bad reviews of Fallout 3 and good reviews of Fallout 3 and tell me which has more views. Bruh, you just seem salty that you get no views? That does seem to be the case. Yeah. It definitely has less weight coming from a channel with about 5,000 views, as opposed to subscribers, as opposed to one that has, like, 500,000 or 1 million subscribers, because...
Yeah.
Like, if you've been around that long and you've been that successful, then you probably know... You've probably got a better understanding of the YouTube algorithm than, like, some channel that small, you know?
Yeah. I was gonna say something like, like God forbid you do both. Like, if you, review things positively and negatively, But then I realized, oh, the people that they accuse of, always being negative often like are 50-50 and do have positive and negative videos on stuff. Hell, we do that. Like, in fact, I think every single stag we've talked about at least one movie or game that we really like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And
it's so shit.
Bit of a spoiler alert, but there might be a really positive stag coming up here about a certain space show.
And we've had at least 3 stags in the past. Deep Space Nine Season 1, Cyberpunk Edge Runners, and House of the Dragon.
Yeah.
Yep. And then, of course, there's all the movies and stuff that we talk about in our intros that we watch. Like, oh, this week we watched this and we really enjoyed it. Or this week we watched this and we really hated it.
This week we watched Terminator 1 and 2, and they're fantastic movies. Let's talk about that for a half hour.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'll be right back a second.
And even if you take channels like Critical Drinker or even Geeks and Gamers, they do have lots of positive videos too. Drinker will do videos talking about movies he really likes. Geeks and Gamers does videos talking about games they're excited for, they think will do well, or are doing well. I listened to a stream of theirs a few months ago or a year ago where they watched a Nintendo Direct, and there's stuff they were getting hyped for. That was the Nintendo Direct where they announced GoldenEye was coming to the Switch, and all of them were fucking hyped for it. At least from what I remember, they were. I know there was general positivity, though.
Yeah, this dude just doesn't understand anything. He's a fucking idiot. But I'm a YouTuber. I have special insight that no one else has. Fucking my ass, dude.
But you don't get it, Pig, and he did a positive video once, and he assumes if he made a negative video, he would have gotten more views.
No, sorry, dude. It's you. It's literally just you.
And he was talking about his first video, too. My very first video was negative. It didn't get a lot of views at first. Creetosis, can we get a stag talking about the stages of grief instead of stages? I think Stag 100 being about how to cope with all these terrible videos would be great. I don't even know what we're doing for Stag 100 yet. And we are closing in. We're on 92 right now.
Yeah.
Your first vid was negative, yes, and look at you now. Yeah, October of this year will be the 5th anniversary of my channel being made. So, by this guy's standard, I should have, like, hundreds of thousands of views subscribers by now. Why do I keep mixing those two up? But yeah, like,
I don't know.
If negativity was all it took to be successful, then surely, by his standard, I should have 300,000 subscribers by now and tens of millions of views on my videos. It's like when EFAP was covering Resident Evil 4 Remake, and they praised pretty much the whole game, and has had problems with Ada's voice actress. So naturally chat was like, you just hate everything, for fuck's sake. Yeah, I've heard that be referenced a few times. Poor Az, he didn't deserve that. Welcome back.
If I made a video about how awesome Kingdom for Keflings is, if you don't know what that is, you're not going to watch. However...
That's not true at all, you fucking idiot!
No, in fact, we have proof that that's not true. You can just look at basically any fucking Seth Syntax video and you'll fucking see that you're fucking stupid.
Okay, let's break out the evidence just for the sake of killing this dumb argument here and now.
Well, like I said, I already brought up some of the evidence, which is Space Station 13.
No, I know, but like showing physical proof on screen. I like how the Morrowind video is still his featured video. Alright, so, Earth Defense Force 5, never heard of it. 1.5 million views. World of Tanks, that I have heard of. Hard Space Shipbreaker, I played that game. I don't like it much because it seems like commie propaganda. 1.2 million views. Age of Wonders 1. Now, I know Age of Mythology and Age of, I want to say Conquest. It isn't Conquest. Fuck, what was that other RTS?
What, Age of Empires?
Age of Empires, yes.
Yeah.
Those two I have heard of. Age of Wonders I haven't.
The one right beside it, though, the Children Offspring Bonds review. That's
Never heard of it.
Bastard. Oh, what's the actual name of the game? Bastard something. It was a super niche game, and look, it's 1.8 million views.
His Elden Ring video is called Elden Lean.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, there's a game most people probably don't know about. Hold on.
What?
Keep scrolling. Which one? It wasn't that long ago. Which one was it? The one where he covered the fucking inflation game.
Oh yeah, Tribal Hunter.
Yeah, Tribal Hunter. Like, nobody knew of that fucking game. And people watched that one. I know that one got a lot of views.
Yep.
Oh yeah, 2 million views 8 months ago.
Yep.
Yeah, Neo
so no,
Scavenger,
dude, you're...
never heard of it, 3.1 million views.
Yeah. It's like, the dude's just fucking wrong. He's just a fucking idiot.
I don't know why, but his Vampire the Masquerade's Bloodlines thumbnails just make me laugh.
And keep in mind, a lot of his videos have a lot of positivity in his thing, like because he's talking about something he's genuinely interested in. And especially he likes showing how to exploit the games as well.
That Heroes of Might and Magic video is pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, point proven, I think.
If I made a video about how King is a hilarious dumpster fire, you're way more likely to click, whether you know what it is or not. Maybe you also hate...
No.
No. We just show that that's not fucking true. You have no clue what you're talking about. You're talking out of your ass.
Fucking, you can even go to CV11. His entire channel is about, like, rare, obscure fucking games.
Yeah.
Like, sure, he'll do modern stuff, too. And he'll usually trash a lot of modern stuff. But stuff like The Ballad of John Chaser? Like, holy fuck, who the fuck's ever heard of that game? 594,000 views. What's another good one? Jill of the Jungle, 394,000 views. Power Slave, 741,000 views. 741 views. Whoops. The Fortress of Dr. Radiaki, which is a fucking insano game, past game, 504,000 views. Like, this is just how this works, son. You just make a game, you just make a video that is interesting to you, and people will either click with it or they won't.
Yeah.
Yep.
hate Kingdom for Keflings. I'm funny and would like to hear me make fun of a bad game. Think about it. YourMovieSucks.org's videos about Cool Cat Saves the Kids are two of the videos that got me wanting to make my own back when I was a teenager. I didn't know...
And not all of his videos are negative.
Yeah.
Him highlighting the positives in video, in movies, stuff like that, is oftentimes what brings a lot of people in, because, like, wait, he thinks this is positive? Just, oh, God.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, like I said before, people who criticize stuff on YouTube tend to actually have like a 50-50 split of criticism and praise for things. It's not just one or the other. It's not binary. You could do both, and most people do.
And when most people do, the positive ones tend to get more views.
Yeah.
Yep.
what Cool Kids was. I just thought Adam was funny and I liked how he picked it apart.
And where is Cool Cat? There he is.
You can make a channel called I Hate Everything and be successful. If you make a channel called I Love Everything, sorry, you're never going to get anywhere.
No, that's literally not how that works. You could totally make a channel called I Love Everything and get somewhere.
So here's the thing. Just show Cinema Sins and Cinema Wins.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Again, a kill shot to his argument. Cinema Wins is a channel with, I believe, 2 million subscribers. Sure, he doesn't have more than Cinema Sins, but that's because his channel came far later and was inspired by.
Yeah.
It's also absolute fucking dog shit. but people still like his channel, and they get comparative views.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think some people see Your Movie Sucks' name and just expect him to be nothing but negative. Yeah, same for our I Hate Everything.
Same for I Hate Everything, yeah.
I'm not a fan of I Hate Everything, but I could guarantee you not every video he makes is negative.
Well, we know he doesn't because we had quite a bit of issues with him in the past where he thought TLJ was the best thing ever. People need to stop fucking complaining about it.
We didn't really have issues with that, but I know that was a big thing for EFAP where they covered his video.
It was mostly EFAP, but I did have an issue with it because it pissed me off.
Yeah, fair. And, I don't know, this example just seems to be disingenuous to me.
Yeah.
Because,
and again, this just screams this is more fake stuff that he put in.
I don't know if these are fake or not, but I wouldn't be surprised if they were, and these are clearly people that are trying to be the opposite of him.
Yeah.
And that's not always going to work well. Because it leads to, I know we've already said cinema sins and cinema wins suck, but it leads into issues where it's like, just pretend it's what you wanted and see how you feel. There's a reason that line from Cinema Wins gets fucking memed on.
Yeah. And also the only reason that you would struggle with a channel called, like, I Love Everything is because it would specifically be linked to I Hate Everything. Like, it would literally just be like, oh, you're just copying this other big YouTuber.
You're just trying to be the opposite of him.
Yeah, it's basically just you're doing the Cinema Wins thing.
Yeah.
And I could guarantee if it was like the other way around, where if I Love Everything came first, I'm certain I Love Everything would be the fucking popular one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, that's just how it works. Were you there? Did you beat him to the punch or not? Soy Wars.
But anyway, back to Kingdom for Keflings. Maybe you love Kingdom for Keflings and you see my video hating on it and you give me a hate click. I don't think all publicity is good publicity. If a big channel like The Odd Ones Out robbed a bank, shot a teller, and fled to Mexico, I think that would probably destroy his channel.
Well, no shit, he committed a crime. That's a big fucking difference between I said something
versus negative. Like, what the fuck?
I said something negative about this thing, and I literally committed a federal crime. I need to escape to Mexico.
I ended an innocent person's life and fled. Oh no, my YouTube channel lost some subscribers.
Like, what the fuck is this goddamn analogy? This is so shit.
Yeah, we're definitely going into the fucking crazy zone now. This guy needs to take his pills.
$10 super chat from Grandmaster Pie. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
To all of STAG, thanks for your work. You helped me get through a 31-page history paper this semester. Also, snakes are lizards. No. Korea's a furry. Yes.
No.
And pagan is pagan. I mean, that's just accurate.
Betrayed by my own co-host once again.
Maybe if you stop spreading malicious lies and rumors about snakes being lizards, I would be on your side more.
I only spread the truth.
Oh, so now you admit that snakes are not lizards, and lizards are not snakes.
They are snakes.
See?
All lizards are snakes, and all snakes are lizards. Lizards that have legs are just snakes with legs.
No.
And dragons are snakes with legs and wings.
That means they're also part bird.
Yep. Such is the protagonist of the show, he's still a lizard. Hooray, I'm protagonist!
Channel. But one of the easiest to mention and grow on YouTube or any other social media platform is to attack things a lot of people like.
No, it isn't!
No, God. You know, something can be really popular and still fucking dog shit. There's a reason, like, a lot of people hate The Last Jedi. It's not because it's popular.
Again, there's a reason it's the appeal to popularity fallacy. Like, holy shit.
Also, it's hard to hate on something that's legitimately good. Because we were talking about Terminator earlier. You know how difficult it would be to make a video talking about how bad Terminator 1 and 2 are purely because people like it, and hating on it's going to get me views? Like, it just doesn't work that way. When people make negative videos, they usually have the evidence to back up why they think the thing is bad. Whether it's, the shooting mechanics are bad, there's these problems with the story, this character is inconsistent, and they wouldn't do it, or they wouldn't do this thing. They usually have that to back it up. They just don't say, oh, this is dumb, I don't like it, I'm being negative for the sake of views.
Yeah.
Correction, Creet. It's hard to hate on something good for valid reasons. Remember that Edge Runners hater you guys covered? That's kind of different than what I'm talking about, though. Because that guy's problem was largely that something existed that didn't align to his morals. Because he was a Christian who was annoyed by the nudity in Cyberpunk because for some reason he just sees nudity as, like, always bad in media.
Yeah, and he's the one that had the weird-ass take that the thing I like about anime is that it preaches not having
values.
premarital sex, and it's like, what? Wait, hold on, wait, what? It was a wild ride.
Imagine applying this logic to other things. People just attack McDonald's because it's popular. Yeah. I genuinely despise the popularity argument because, like, it's never...
And that's the kill shot for the argument, too, is like, it's only, like, things only get popular if they're good. Therefore, you know, this game must be really good because it's really popular. It's like, okay, then why isn't McDonald's the only food choice in the entire world?
Yeah. And again, this goes back to the thing I said earlier about House of the Dragon and Picard Season 3. If hating on these things is what gets you all the views, and this is the right choice to make if you want to grow your channel and make a lot of money, then where's all Nerdrotic's videos talking about how absolutely utter dog shit House of the Dragon is, or Picard Season 3? Or the other Star Wars channels that like the show.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, genuine hate for the show, not, like, weirdos being weirdos, who just see everything from a certain perspective. You know?
Yeah.
Hypothetically, if I wanted to start, I could make a video about all the reasons I hate Mr. Beast, and I'd get a lot of backlash and dislikes and negative comments, etc. But I'd also be found by the minority of people who agree. An unpopular.
Wait. So, doesn't that prove you're wrong? Hold on. Wait a second.
Oh my god.
You just admitted you're wrong.
Yeah,
How
you
fucking
did.
stupid do you have to be?
Yeah. I'll make a video about Mr. Beast and all the negative things and horrible things about him, how much I hate Mr. Beast. And then I'll get a lot of views, and there'll only be a small minority of people that agree with me. Okay? So that means the majority don't agree with you, and they're not gonna watch more of your stuff.
It's not just that. I'm going to get a lot of downvotes and comments hating on me, but I'll get those views from the small minority that agree with me. Then, what the fuck do you mean? What do you mean?
Oh my
The
God.
negativity is... Oh.
This is on the bingo, by the way, guys. This is the video contradicts the point. It is on the bingo.
Oh my god. What is it with us covering people and the fucking person in the video kills their own argument? Why the fuck would you leave this in the video? Holy shit.
Because he thought he just made an amazing fucking point.
Yeah, but see, here's his thing though. He's not talking about just the attention the video gets. He was talking about this is how you make a lot of money and grow your channel and everything like that. Which no, it isn't. This is how you don't grow your channel.
Yeah, you don't get subscribers from this. You don't get fucking retention from this. You don't get people coming to your next video from this. You just get some people who hate click this one video to tell you how stupid you are, and then they never fucking come back.
Yeah, because now they know to write you off.
Yeah.
And in fact, and if they hate you enough, that word will spread to more people, and even less people will be less likely to join your fucking channel.
Hey, we've got a life example of that, too. There's a channel we've covered in the past who largely makes negative videos about the games he doesn't like, because he oftentimes fails to understand with them or engage with them the way they're intended to. And, guess where that channel is right now?
He might be morbidly obese and wear blue, because blue's his favorite color. And has a knife he calls the Vato Stabber.
I've got to stress this point. A lot of Acerthorn's videos are incredibly negative. He seems to hate most games, from what I've seen, that aren't, like, as simplistic as Fallout 4 and Skyrim are.
Yeah.
Like, any game that presents him a challenge, he seems to dislike, from what I've seen. He hates RimWorld. He hates fucking Slime Rancher. He couldn't find the HEV suit in Half-Life.
Half-Life.
Oh my god, I forgot about that. Jesus. How fucking stupid do you have to be to not see
He turned off his HUD in Dark Souls and said it was a problem of the game, even though he's the one that did it.
And he knows it too. He literally has a clip of him fucking acknowledging that he turned it off, and he still fucking said that it was the problem of the game.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, negativity is encouraged and thrives on YouTube, but here's a channel where a lot of his videos are negative, and does he have anyone who actually likes him?
I don't think so. Not because everyone that likes him tends to like him for ulterior motives.
Well,
yeah,
that I guess you could say that's a kind of like. But for example, he got a lot of shit for his Elden Ring video, rightfully so. And since that period, he has gained about 1,000 subscribers. But that's mainly people following him to laugh at him and mock him, because he's a lolcow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, a small handful, like 4 or 5 people, actually did subscribe.
There's probably a few people for any channel that genuinely like that channel, no matter how bad they are.
Well, the thing is, you know, I could see some people subscribing to his channel after that, because there were other people that were, like, on the fucking Elden Ring hate train, and for the exact reason that Acerthorn was saying in his video. So I could totally see people being like, yeah, I stand with you, brother. I'm gonna subscribe to you. I'm not gonna watch any of your other videos, but I agree with you on this. Like, because that happens. I could totally see at least a handful of people from Twitter being like, yeah, I agree with you. Elden Ring fucking sucks. It's not woke. I'm gonna join you in your fight, you fat retard.
A reminder, Acer actually considers the clairvoyant / Van spell / perk useful due to how dense he actually is. Yeah, Fallout 4 and Skyrim are games where there's a quest marker leading you directly to every single fucking objective you have. It's there's a rare exception. And there's a spell in Skyrim and a perk in Fallout 4 that will give you a glowing highlighted trail to that thing. Like, how the fuck do you need that?
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy's video is fucking dog shit. Oh my god.
Opinion and taking all the thing that endears you to people who agree. When something is popular and loved by millions of people, there will inevitably be a ton of people who don't get it and think its popularity is undeserved and will hate it. Mr. Beast is not only the biggest YouTuber in the world and has...
No, isn't PewDiePie bigger?
Yeah, I think PewDiePie is the biggest. Let me check Mr. Beast right now compared to PewDiePie.
Because last I heard, PewDiePie was the biggest. No, there was that big race a few years ago. PewDiePie versus... Fuck, wasn't it some, like, Indian channel or something?
Yeah, it was some, like, Indian corporation thing.
No, Mr. Beast overtook PewDiePie.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was...
Mr. Beast is now bigger.
Oh.
I was eating. Yeah, Mr. Beast is bigger. He's been bigger for about a year.
Wow.
There you go.
Okay.
No, fair enough.
Didn't know that. Senator Abby Strong named the channel. It was T-Series.
Yeah, T-Series, that's what it was. I knew it was T something, I just couldn't remember what it was.
Tens of millions of philanthropists who donates a ton of money to charity. And there are millions of people who hate him. Strong emotions get clicks. With
Well, there are millions of people that hate him because he expresses the wrong opinion and he undermines a certain narrative.
There's also people who are just weirdos. You can't take every weirdo in the world as, like, being a serious person. Because I just saw a tweet yesterday or today where there's a new Mr. Beast video where he helped 1,000 deaf people hear for the first time. And someone said, oh, I get the impression that this guy is demonic. While showing a picture of that thumbnail. It's just like, fucking how? Because there's weirdos in this world who just think, for whatever reason, that someone doing good things is demonic.
Yeah.
Hypocritical commies hate Beast. Yeah, that's true. There's people out there right now who are hating Mr. Beast for helping people genuinely in need, while praising Hassan Piker for buying pizza for the Writers Guild strike.
Yeah, I was just about to bring that up. Like, literally the exact same fucking people who are shitting all over Mr. Beast for genuinely helping people are fucking also going over and being like, how could anyone dislike Hassan Piker? Look what he's doing. He's giving fucking people who are striking, like writers who are striking, pizza. And it's like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's funding the domestic terrorists. Great.
Creetosis, is it possible for us to go 5 stags without the subject Kurt Cobaining their own arguments? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. Like, 5 stags in a row is pretty rough.
Yeah.
You'll get a freebie here soon. Like, I guess we can take a peek of it, but you'll get a freebie here soon because the Deep Space Nine one will be one that's obviously, won't Kurt Cobain their own arguments. At least I don't think we will.
positivity, you're primarily people who like whatever you're talking about. With
Hold on, that cut off for me, so I'm just going to rewind it so I get the full context.
He was just saying some more inane stuff, but yes, go back. You got to
strong emotions get clicks. With positivity, you're primarily going to only reach people who like whatever you're talking about. With negativity, you can get clicks from people who...
no, again, we know that's wrong, because we just showed you Seth Zintac. We can show you fucking CV11's channel. We can show you Mandalore Gaming's channel. Okay? Mandalore Gaming's video on The Ring, which is like the most autistic fucking nonsense video game ever made, that's based off of a really long epic, a play that takes days to go through. Yeah, that got a ton of fucking views.
Yeah, but have you considered that I said negative videos are better, and that means it's true.
Yeah. The Ring is a vibe. The Ring is absolutely a vibe. Holy shit. I almost want Korean Pagan to see that video, Mandalore Gaming's The Ring video, because it is just so wild, like, the fuck?
Who like what you're talking about or are indifferent and just like you. Also worth mentioning, my fellow humans and I have what's called negativity bias. This basically...
Okay. Hold on.
You realize
I want to hear what he says.
Yeah,
but I want to hear what he says about this, because negativity bias gets used and fucked up so often.
But
I want to hear what he thinks this is.
But before we get to that, can I just say my thing?
Sure.
This also works in reverse with confirmation bias. Oh, I like this thing. I'm going to watch a positive video about it. Oh yeah, this is evidence that the thing I like is good.
Yep. Yeah, I want to hear is what he thinks negativity bias is.
Fuck, I was muted this whole fucking time. God damn it, I did it again. Son of a bitch. Yeah, I was saying, I brought it up, and then Kree brought it up, and I was like, yeah, that's what I just said. And then and I was like, oh fuck, I'm muted. Yeah, I was saying, yeah, this doesn't win your argument, because the inverse of this is also true. It's like the fucking confirmation bias exists. It's the exact same thing, so it doesn't help your argument any.
Yeah, and I want to hear what he thinks negativity bias means.
Yeah.
Negativity bias is an actual thing that humans do suffer from, which is where you need two positive things to outweigh a negative thing in your mind, because humans are more hardwired to look at the negatives and to learn from mistakes. So you can get caught in this feedback loop of just looking at the negativity the entire time and not realizing that, hey, there are roses out there, the sun is shining outside. You know what I mean? You're getting that's how people get into those depressive spirals.
Yeah. Creetosis. Why is he talking as if it's just as easy to be very negative and very positive towards any given thing? I don't know.
Yeah, he's taking the context of everything out.
Yeah, because he is treating it like you could take anything and be equally positive or negative when that's just not true. I would find it incredibly difficult to make a very long video talking about why Terminator 2 is a bad movie. Because, first of all, it's not. But second of all, we've already talked about the negatives we had earlier, and they didn't amount to much. John Connor being a squeaker is a bit annoying. Okay. The dog being killed by the T-1000. That doesn't make sense since the robot shouldn't be petty. The bad day for night and rear screen projection in that one scene. Yeah, it looked bad, but that was just an effect aging poorly.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's a solid fucking movie. There's nothing else to say. Well, I'm sure you could find something if you were really looking, but overall, it's very solid. At the same time, I'd find it incredibly difficult to make a long video praising Amnesia Rebirth, or Fallout 4, or Saints Row 2022. Sometimes something is just really fucking good, and sometimes something is just really fucking bad, and people want to talk about it.
Yep. Yeah, so I want to hear what he thinks negativity bias is, because he might actually get it accurate here. Like, again, we shouldn't just assume that he's going to get it wrong, but through the track record we have so far, where he even kills his own argument in his video, but maybe he'll get negativity bias right. Because, part of negativity bias, too, is the fear of missing out, right? You have that thing where, like, you have a choice to make between certain things, and then you make a choice, but then you immediately regret the choice you made and think that the other two choices might have been better. That's a hard one that could fuck people up real bad. And it gets manipulated a lot. That's why a lot of, like, cash shops will have the timer and let you know exactly what time things will be on sale until they go away for an indeterminate amount of time, because they're trying to play on that fear.
Yeah. I've been playing Conan Exiles recently, and they do that. There'll be an item that's up for a month, a couple that are up for 2 weeks, and a couple that are up for a few days. And those are the only items available to you to buy that I've seen. And they'll just rotate out to other stuff once those time limits are up.
Yeah.
Have what's called negativity bias. This basically just means that we feel negative emotions stronger than positive emotions, and they stick with us.
No, that is not what negativity bias means. Holy shit, we don't feel negative emotions stronger than positive ones. No, it's that we have a bad habit of dwelling on the negativity, right? Again, that's how you get into spirals where you don't pay attention to the positives because you're not thinking about it. Your body is hardwired to watch out for mistakes, to pay attention, to be careful. Like, you don't want to stick your hand on the stove and burn yourself. It's that sort of thing. Your body is trying to keep you alive. It's a survival instinct. The problem is when you stop looking at any of the positives and only focus on the negatives.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's crazy that he has the definition of negativity bias on screen, too, and he still gets it wrong.
Yeah.
Like, how do you read that and come out with negativity is stronger?
Well, it's because he's looking at this part right here, meaning this very last bit. Negativity bias occurs even when adverse events and positive events are of the same magnitude, meaning we feel negative events more intensely, and there's a 1 there. So I would love to see where the fucking context behind that. But holy shit, no, it's not that we feel negativity more, it's that we're hardwired to try to learn from mistakes.
$3 for Get Out There, Yo. Thank you. Don't be negative, forehead. You're robbing the joy. Oh.
Yeah. And then get out there, says, he can't read. Name 10 books. And if you guys haven't seen that
Game
clip,
of Thrones.
Yeah. Game of Thrones, Twilight, that is not a book. Game of Thrones? Yeah, that is not a book. Technically, it's a Game of Thrones, but yeah, it's like that is not a book.
Yeah, she's...
it's a series. No, it's not. He goes, yes, it is. Like, shut up. You're like what, 15? He's like, that is not a series. He goes, I will look this up right now. And he goes, before you embarrass yourself and realize that you're a fucking idiot, it's actually A Song of Ice and Fire is the name of the series. maybe 10 books was too hard. How about you name 3 books? Game of Thrones? Again, it's not Game of Thrones. Like, this woman is illiterate. She literally can't read.
This long text of YouTube, this means if you have the option of watching a video about something you like or a video about something you hate, you're more likely to watch.
Wait, but you're also disingenuously using one that had more time for more people to view it, too.
Yeah.
Like, again, one is 2 days ago and the other is 1 day ago. That's 24 hours or however much to more people that can come watch it.
And in the early days of a video being released, like the first week or two, a day can make all the difference in the world.
Yeah.
My Saints Row 2022 video, the original upload, didn't get as many views on its first day as the other 5. Length of the video also affects the view count. Yes, that's true too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he should have picked videos that were older, and this is also the whole thing of, it just feels like he's misunderstanding negativity bias in a different way, because it's a whole thing of the emotions affect you more stronger. That's what he said. Negativity bias is that they stick with you a bit more. That doesn't mean you're going to want to watch negative videos, though.
Yeah.
Because that's an entirely different thing to those two things.
Watch the video about what you hate. I've seen some people make the case that negative YouTube videos influence opinion and cause things to get hate that they otherwise wouldn't have. There is something to be said about hive minds and internet personalities getting people to feel a way they may not have felt absent their influence, but
yes. Which is, again, why toxic positivity is such a fucking damaging thing. That people like, you shouldn't criticize anything ever. Because somebody worked hard on it. It's like, I don't care if somebody worked hard on it. If they produce dog shit, it's dog shit.
How the fuck does this guy just not understand that the opposite for everything he says is also fucking true? Jesus Christ.
Well, you see, he was recommended a couple negative videos on YouTube.
And one that he artificially made up and slapped in there.
Yeah.
But I don't think you can chalk up all gets as the fault of YouTubers. The example I've seen given is the Act Man. People have claimed specifically that a series on Halo 5 is responsible for a lot of the hate that Halo 5 ended up getting. I think that's ridiculous.
Act Man also has really shit takes on Dark Souls 1 and Halo Reach, honestly. But his Dark Souls 1 shit take, he was fine until the 30... I think we even have it marked down in a notepad somewhere, like the 33-minute mark. And then suddenly he just goes fucking crazy. And starts, like, going super flowery speech mode. And, God, I hate flowery speech so fucking much.
Yeah.
But, yeah, holy mother of God.
I swear to God, if he tries to say something like, the actual reason that Halo 5 is considered bad is because of these other YouTubers that criticize it, not because it's actually bad, I'm going to be really pissed.
Yeah, that would be weird, because it sounds like the point he's making is that Halo 5 is just bad. Sounds like that's the point he's trying to make, but we'll see where he goes with the conclusion.
He could also swerve it to, no, it's not just the Act Man, it's everyone who says bad things about it.
Yeah, if he swerves into it's not just Act Man, it's everybody.
That's kind of what I'm expecting. And there's a comment here from Tentacle Dude. This guy is a Twitter moment. This guy is inventing a person, convincing himself that it existed, and then getting mad at that person. Kind of. Yeah.
People have claimed specifically that a series on Halo 5 is responsible for a lot of the hate that Halo 5 ended up getting. I think that's ridiculous. When Ackman started his Halo 5 series, he was a really small channel. He wasn't a big channel who had brainwashed legions of fans parroting whatever he says. His series on Halo 5 got him attention because a lot of people agreed with him, myself included. I hated Halo 5 and I found Ackman all the way back then, and I liked him because we have a similar taste in games and I thought he was funny. That's
Alright, so, what about all the people who agree with Geeks and Gamers organically? Or Nerderotic, or any of these other channels?
Yeah, Shadiversity, everything. Like, God, do you not understand how this actually works? You don't understand what you're saying here.
That's all there is to it. And there are examples of YouTubers who have their audience either lose interest or turn completely.
Well, iDubbbz is a very specific case because he's become such a cuck.
Yeah, it's even more than that. It's the fact that he completely turned against his own principles.
Yes.
And tried to make it so that nobody else could follow in his footsteps to reach where he was.
Yeah. It's just fucked. Like, he became a person that would have been featured on Content Cop, honestly.
Yeah. It's crazy how much he changed just from getting one really bad girlfriend.
Yeah.
If Axeman came out and made a video called, "Actually guys, I was wrong, Halo 2 sucks," and it wasn't a joke, you wouldn't see all of his viewers suddenly think Halo 2 sucks. The influence that does exist is probably more subtle, like pointing out problems you never noticed before, or taking your opinion from "it's fine" to "it's disappointing." I'm not talking about blatant lying.
Okay, but what if, hear me out here, what if you do think something is fine, and then you watch a video talking about its genuine faults, and you're like, oh, I didn't notice this thing before, that's true. I didn't notice that thing before, that's true too. Huh, maybe this thing I liked wasn't as good as I thought it was.
Maybe I just had subjective highs and lows within it that made me come off feeling like it was fine.
Maybe I was in the honeymoon period because this thing just came out and I was excited for it. And
it was new and interesting and stimulating the brain.
And this person who made a video talking about why it's maybe not that good has not convinced me to mindlessly hate the thing, but has genuinely shown evidence that, yeah, that does bug me. That is a problem.
Yep.
Yeah. Also, sunken cost fallacy. I paid for this game, so I need to justify my purchase.
To myself. Yeah.
Yeah, to myself.
Creetosis, stop! I'm having flashbacks to when you guys destroyed my memories of Fallout 3. Yes, and I will do it again. Does he not understand the concept of people changing their minds according to evidence and argumentation? Does he know what the point of an argument is? Well, you see, if you hear an argument and you change your mind on something, then you've been brainwashed into hating something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's literally fascism. Don't do that.
If someone does just spread false information for the sake of generating clicks and they turn a bunch of people against a game, company, or person, they should be scorned. If someone says they don't like Infinite, chances are they're telling the truth. But on YouTube, you're incentivized to take extreme stances, which lends itself to...
No, you're not!
You're not incentivized to do that at all.
Not.
You know how many videos I've seen from people reviewing games or movies where they're middle of the road? Not 7 out of 10 middle of the road, but actually like, yeah, this thing was
honestly,
good, I enjoyed it, but, you know, there's a problem here, there's a problem there that dragged down the experience for me. It was mid. I mean, that's the entire fucking reason the phrase mid exists!
Also, have you noticed that when people tend to overblow the positives or the negatives of something, they tend to get fucking flack for it? People don't just take that lying down. Most people will say, hey, no, that's not fair. You're like, you made that up, or you're blowing that way out of proportion.
Yeah.
Like, people don't normally just sit there and let people just say like dumb shit like, oh, this movie is completely terrible, everything is bad, this whole scene makes no fucking sense, and then you watch it and it has like one minor flaw. It's like, yeah, no, people aren't just gonna sit there and be like, oh yeah, I totally agree with you on that. People love to push back against the fucking the like the content creator. People love pushing back. So I just don't believe that at all.
This video is blowing shit out of proportion. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Us covering this video is proof that he's wrong.
To where everything is either the best thing ever or the worst thing ever. Nothing.
Oh my god. God, seeing Vito there is just like, ugh.
Yeah. No, like, again, even a lot of the very negative or very positive videos I've seen have never said, you know, this is the best thing ever, it's the worst thing ever. I very rarely see that kind of take. Even this video on screen, the Vito one, it's not saying it's the worst thing ever, it's saying, yeah, it's got a lot of fucking problems. This video reeks of copium.
Failure.
Yeah, it is. And yeah, this video does reek of copium.
Yep.
Thing is ever fine. It's either where it sucks.
Things are what the fuck are you talking about? What YouTube are you watching? Where everything is either one extreme or the other.
Yeah, what the fuck is this world you live in where nuance just doesn't exist?
Sucks. The next time you see a game or a movie or a TV,
Show a different picture. We've seen this one 3 times already. It's not proving the point you're trying to prove.
Yeah, especially if these are the only examples you have. Like, we already debunked most of them.
Yeah.
And
and
if
one
this
of them
is
is
all
one
you
that
have,
you made up and inserted in there to begin with.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, this really doesn't help your case. It's like, this is already a very small, like, example pool. Yeah, a small example pool, but also some of them are just straight up like you're just wrong about them.
to exaggeration, to where everything is either the best thing ever or the worst thing ever. Nothing is ever fine. It's either awesome or it sucks. The next time.
Also, notice how he's using The Last Jedi in particular for those examples. A movie that has highly divided people, and that's one that does have people on the 2 extremes, even though one of those extremes is kind of correct. There are people who think that is the best Star Wars movie. Yeah, I think they're wrong. But
ironically, the guy I used to work for thought it was that he was the best, but it's because, in his words, he was a nihilist and loved the fact that it burned everything down.
that is kind of funny. But yeah, that's something that's extremely divisive. Why don't you pick something like, House of the Dragon or Picard? Again, those are 2 good examples.
Yep.
Why not pick... What's something that people are very mid about recently?
There was one recently that where people were just like, God, what was that?
The Dungeons and Dragons movie I heard was pretty mid.
Yeah, the Dungeons and Dragons movie I've heard good things and bad things about.
Yeah.
The other thing, too, is you do have to consider what kind of content has been coming out in the past few years, where, like, let's take a look at the MCU stuff. Pretty much everything in Phase 4 was actually terrible. Loki, WandaVision, Black Widow, Multiverse of Madness, Quantumania. Those were all really bad. And, like, people saying, yeah, these movies are terrible, that just kind of makes sense.
Yeah. That new Thor movie.
Oh yeah, Love and Thunder.
Yeah. I still just remember the face.
As a game or a movie.
Yeah.
The fucking face.
As a game or a movie or a TV show or whatever has had a downfall or is a complete failure or is a mess, chances are you're just...
What if they did have a downfall or are a complete failure or are a mess?
He's
the
saying,
Halo show was a mess.
He's trying to couch it as like, chances are it's clickbait. It's like, you have chances of that for everything. Everything you've shown here is not clickbait, and then you have that last one, which again, you're showing on screen again, which you inserted artificially.
Yeah.
just being clickbaited and the reality is nearly as bad as they're trying to make it seem. That's it for
Oh my god, did you notice the other thing that's wrong with that thing?
What?
Because I didn't see him go all the way to the bottom before.
Oh,
It's
there's
the only
no time
video that
code?
doesn't have a time code on it.
Yeah.
TV show or whatever has had a downfall or is a complete failure or is a mess. Chances are you're just being clickbaited and the reality isn't nearly as bad as they're trying to make it seem.
There you go, chat. So you could actually see that it didn't have a fucking time code on it. So yeah, there you go.
Theme.
Yeah, we get it for a quick second. What a shit video. There's 3 seconds. There's probably nothing you could say in that time, but let's hear it.
That's it for this one. I'll catch you next time.
No.
No.
What a terrible fucking video.
Like,
Yeah, that
it
was
was an
really
awful
bad.
video. You disproved your own point in the video. You have no idea what negativity bias actually is, and you fucking manipulatively edited evidence for yourself. Fuck off.
Yeah, and thinks nuance doesn't exist for some reason.
Yeah, you are genuinely a channel. I would be like, I hope you don't get bigger. And maybe
Yeah.
sometime you'll get better, but holy shit, with the way you are now and how manipulative and dishonest that was, Jesus, no, please do not get bigger.
Yeah. Oh, you're probably just being clickbaited. But what if it is actually that good or bad? Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Well, we've got another video, chat.
Are you ready, chat? I don't think you are. Now, to be fair, this is a video from a few years ago before Star Wars was as in bad of a position as it is now. But, well, it's a video. We'll see how it goes. Are you guys ready?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay, so when I learned that George Lucas
So first of all, don't put yourself on camera. You should have kept the skull icon.
But yeah, here we go.
Lucasfilm, Skywalker Sound, Industrial Light and Magic, and ultimately the Star Wars and Indiana Jones franchises to Disney. I was at the American Film Market in 2012, and everyone there was talking about, like, oh my god, this is amazing. Oh my god, this is great. Oh my god, Disney is going to save Star Wars. And there are people there that were disagreeing with that particular assumption. I think at this point they probably would argue that they were proven correct. And there are a lot of people out there who criticize Star Wars here on YouTube that would sit there and go, no, of course not. Disney did not save Star Wars at all. In fact, Disney ruined Star Wars.
Yeah, I agree
yeah.
so far. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
the prequels were pretty bad, but they still had, like, hints of good to them. The Disney movies are just bad.
And you could tell there's ambition behind it, too. He wanted to tell a grand political epic. He wanted to be the Game of Thrones of space.
Essentially, yeah.
Like, again, this is before Game of Thrones really took off or anything, but you know what I mean. I'm getting the same thing. He wanted to be a Song of Ice and Fire. He wanted to be the Dune space movie. It just didn't work.
Because there's an article here that came up from Showbiz Cheat Sheet, or just cheatsheet.com, saying why some fans think Disney saved Star Wars. Now, going through the article, it kind of just more or less summarizes it up by saying not only did we get a new series of films, we got Force Awakens, we got Rogue One, we got Last Jedi, we got Solo, there's Rise of Skywalker, and then whatever comes after that in 2022, 2024, and 2020.
That is not a good list of stuff to say that they saved Star Wars.
Yeah, none of that was good, and
Force
the stuff that
Awakens
came
was bad.
later was even
The Last
worse.
Jedi was worse. The Rise of Skywalker genuinely pissed everybody off.
Amazed the Quarry King managed to squeeze in recording a video between driving Uber Eats.
And then you had Rogue One, which was an awful movie that was only partially salvaged by the ending. Like, holy shit, that Rogue One was so bad, guys. It really was.
Yeah, a lot of people will say Rogue One is the best of the Disney movies, but look at its competition. It's a winner by default.
Yeah, it really is.
God, do you know what I feel like right now?
Suicide?
I feel like an I feel like an archaeologist who just dug up like a manuscript from ancient Rome talking about like how amazing Rome actually was and how it'll last for another 600 years and shit like that. And I'm just like in the future like, oh, you poor fucking soul.
I didn't actually check what the exact date was on this, but this was obviously after Rise of Skywalker and season 1 of Mando.
Yeah, which were both awful.
So we'll give credit to Matt here for not seeing the newer stuff, obviously. But like even on what you already had, it was looking pretty fucking grim. Remember that Solo lost money, and then like it fucked up their plans to make future movies. They were supposed to make one every year. And how many Star Wars movies have we gotten since Rise of Skywalker?
Yep.
And Rise of Skywalker, by the way, is one they couldn't back out from. They had to finish the trilogy. Because if they didn't, holy shit, that would look so bad.
Yeah. This is the guy who was jacking off in Pompeii when the volcano exploded.
Wonder what Pulley the polar bear would say about Rise of Soy Walker. Oh no. We can't
I love
have
all
Pulley.
my friends, Julius Caesar.
Aren't they making a new trilogy with Rey? I don't know why.
I hope
that's
not.
the rumor. We don't know if it's confirmed yet or not. But
Why would you fucking do that? Like, you even had the fucking like foresight to for Disney to say like, oh yeah, this sequel, this trilogy is decanonized now. It was a mistake, and you're still gonna use Rey as like your fucking jumping off point. Why? The fuck?
Yeah.
Pulley the polar bear would have some choice words about Finn. Oh no.
Oh no.
Movies. And between the years 1983 and 1999, we got nothing.
So?
What was that voice?
Yeah, so it doesn't matter that we didn't get movies if they were still quality when we did get them. It's fine.
Yeah.
Take your time.
Like,
holy shit.
If we say, like, this isn't the actual ratings they give them, but if we say for a second that all 3 original trilogy movies were 9s out of 10s, and then the prequels ended up being 7 or 8s out of 10s, or even 6, you know, that it wouldn't matter that there's, 20 years between them?
Yeah.
Or 15 years, or however long it is? I don't remember when Return of the Jedi came out, but you know what I mean. It seems like his problem is the lack of content rather than the quality of it.
Yeah.
Which is
and
weird.
you had content. You had the shows. You had the books and everything. Like, there was more content to consume of Star Wars if you wanted it.
Yeah.
There was nothing to Star Wars back then. Nothing
There
in
was.
regards to Star Wars back then.
There were video games. There were TV shows.
Were there
books.
TV shows back then?
Wait, actually, what time frame did he give? Sorry.
Between the original trilogy and the prequels, 99.
Yeah, we had the Clone Wars.
Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot about the Clone Wars.
Yeah. And that was pretty long running. That went on for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. When did Knights of the Old Republic come out? That was 2002, right?
I can be sure. I can check on that for sure. But yeah, it was roughly.
Yeah, we had The Force Unleashed.
You had the Obi-Wan video game for Xbox. It was an Xbox launch title.
Yeah, there was that.
And there was stuff like, wasn't it X-Wing Commando or something for PC?
I think so. I don't remember the name, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, all kinds of different ones for the N64,
Republic
for
Commando,
SNES.
the 2 Battlefront games. Episode
It
1
was
racer.
2003, by the way. 2003.
Oh, 3. Okay, I was close.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a fucking Star Wars pod racing game on the Nintendo 64.
It was on the Dreamcast as well.
There was a lot of comics. Oh my god, there was a lot of comics.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I know it's Mundane Matt, so, like, he's definitely not going to hit the higher standard than anyone else is going to, but this is stuff that would take 5 seconds of research to find out. Open Google, type in Star Wars content between these years, and you'll find, oh yeah, there's this book released in 1992. Or something, you know?
Yeah, I'm not even a Star Wars fan, and I can name shit off. Like, that's pretty sad that this dude who tries to defend it that doesn't know this stuff. It's like, dude, I'm not even a fan of Star Wars. I don't even like it that much. Like, not even the originals. I'm not even that big fan of the originals, and I still know this shit. Like, come on.
Did you guys see the Bill Clinton kid rolling Hassan? Yes, that was fucking
That
amazing.
was great.
That, and the Bill Clinton kid also rolled a few feminists, which was funny as fuck. He did that before he absolutely curb stomped Hassan. And then Hassan tried to clap back once he was in the safety of his Twitter chair. And then the Bill Clinton kid fucking roasted him and wrecked him again.
Only thing Mundane Matt hits is the on-time Uber Eats deliveries. Use code SOILESS for 15% off your order. Oh.
We love landlords.
You had the introduction of EU, which started, I believe, in 1991, and there's a lot.
What do you mean there was no content in that period, you fucking idiot?
You had all the Star Wars games for the SNES. I should know, because I had them.
There was no Star Wars content during this time. Well, except for all the Star Wars content that existed during this time.
Yeah. Holy shit, man.
Man, it's strange that there were no episodes between the first season of Game of Thrones and the last season of Game of Thrones, except for all those ones that were there.
Oh, God.
A lot of great books from that particular. But the thing is there was nothing. And
there was tons of stuff. You just admitted yourself there was book content.
There was
How are
tons
books
of stuff.
nothing?
There's like a perfect face for somebody who's high on their own stupidity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$2 from a guy under a bridge. Thank you. Wasn't Mundane Matt erased from existence years back? Not completely erased, but he's definitely not doing so well on YouTube. Because we were looking at his channel before the stream started, and his videos reached the lofty heights of a couple hundred views each. Sometimes, rarely, he'll break 1,000 views, but like, man, that is bad.
That's real bad.
I can see why he is doing so poorly.
Yeah. I think part of the reason why I don't really have... Like, I'm not a huge fan of Star Wars. Like, I like the original trilogy in that I think they're good. I just don't really... I just don't really get into them. I think a big part of that is the first Star Wars content I ever saw was the prequels.
Maybe.
I think that might be what did it, because I didn't watch the original trilogy till after I had seen the prequels.
And Disney came along, done a trilogy of films, and there was the one cartoon show for the Clone Wars that.
Wait, sorry. I should have stopped him, but I was just going to say there was no other content. This is going to be wild.
Was on Adult Swim, our Cartoon Network, and then you have the Clone Wars animated show that, while a little bit rocky at first, found its footing towards the end, so much so that fans collectively lost their mind at last year. Was it Celebration? Or was it Celebration last year that they announced season? It was like Star Wars. It doesn't even really matter. They announced season 6 of Clone Wars. That's coming out. Like, that was the thing. People lost their mind over that because the show had gotten a lot better. So those were all pre-Disney purchased Star Wars properties.
Which is a fucking lot.
And you're leaving out a ton more. All the video games, the books, the comics. Like, you're leaving out tons of other content.
Knights of the Old
especially the
Republic
comics.
game and the Thrawn trilogy are like some of the most beloved things in the entire fandom.
Yes.
Yeah.
The only thing he's done that actually did well in the past 3 years is the Jim vs. Gunt stream. Yeah, he had an opportunity to redeem himself online, and he just went back to being the same old salty bitch he usually is. That was a fun stream, though.
Good, bad, some in the middle. You know, however you want to look at the prequel trilogy is entirely up to you. Phantom Menace is still pretty. It has its issues, but I actually have grown more fond of Attack of the Clones, and I outright love Revenge of the Sith. So there's that. Now, Disney. Think about this. What have they done? They've done the movies, as I mentioned. They brought us Star Wars Rebels, 4 seasons of that show.
He
And
seems
they're
like
not
someone
good.
who doesn't have his thoughts in order. This is the kind of person who shouldn't make off-the-cuff videos.
Yeah.
Which was great. We really played up a lot of what came off of Clone Wars, a lot of the emotional resonance. Some characters came back over, and the completed plot lines came over, and it was pretty cool to watch. We also got stuff.
Go press fucking X'd out on that again because the movies are all terrible, and I have not heard good things of Rebels, other than the usual crowd, the people that cried because they saw fucking Luke, the really bad CGI Luke in Mandalore.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like, holy
Rebels was really bad. It was awful.
Yeah, I've heard mixed things about Rebels, but I mostly heard bad things. Rebels is also what brought us the helicopter Sith lightsaber people.
Yep.
And I suppose it's not a big deal, it's superficial, but it's the one that has like the pencil stick lightsabers, which just look really bad.
Yep. The Inquisitors and the fucking ultra thin lightsabers that don't look like lightsabers.
Yeah.
Star Wars Resistance with kids, but truly is worth the time to watch. Yes, it's definitely got some stupid jokes in there, but by the end of season 1, I was like, oh damn, where's it gonna go? This is pretty damn good. Just like Clone Wars. It took a little bit of time to get going, and once it started really ramping up the plot, it just got a lot better. It's unfortunate that TV has to kind of follow those particular guidelines and those rules, but that's generally how things are these days.
I don't even know what show he's talking about.
Resistance, which was the kids show, Star Wars Resistance.
I've never heard of it before right now.
Yeah, I totally forgot that it even existed.
$5 from Rotpar, thank you. Honestly, a franchise doesn't need to be a constant stream of content. Have a story to tell for its sake. Also, things should be allowed to end. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Remember?
This is why I unironically like the Breaking Bad universe. Because they're all set in the same universe, but they're their own stories branching off in the same universe. That's entirely fine to me. Like, I like that. I actually enjoy that.
Remember the good old days when sometimes we would just get a movie or a show for a couple seasons and that would be it?
Yeah.
It would have an ending.
And it was entirely wrapped up and everything, yeah.
Yeah, I've become a big proponent of ending series before they get into like seasonal rot and stuff because unfortunately a lot of my favorite shows wound up that way. A lot of the shows that I grew up with that I loved ended up getting seasonal rot and ended up ruining them.
Yep.
But not only, we've also got The Mandalorian, which if you've seen the leaked footage coming out of at a celebration,
It's awful.
my God, that's-
No.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
No, he's about to say something incredibly bad right now. You can tell.
No.
out
Oh
of,
no.
at a celebration. Oh my God, that's going to be amazing.
No.
How'd that age for you, you dumb fuck?
Yeah, I'm so sorry to tell you this, my guy, but Mandalore, it went downhill fast, real
Mandalorian
fucking
season
fast.
1 was awful, season 2 was awful, and season 3 is so bad. Apparently, it's made the people that thought season 1 was good say it's bad. Holy
Yeah.
shit!
It's fucking bad.
I am curious about the exact date this came out now, because it does say 3 years ago. But was this before the finale of the season 1 Mandalorian? Because
Oh, it had to have been, because he says if you've seen everything that's the leaks that have come out, that's going to be amazing. So, I would assume
you know what?
it had to be before.
yeah, this was before Mandalorian and Rise of Skywalker. Because he mentioned it earlier. I thought, like, okay, so he has seen Rise of Skywalker at this point. No, this was from June 23rd, 2019.
Yeah, so it was before.
Yeah,
Wow.
I saw 3 years ago earlier, so I assumed it was after. My bad.
Oh my god. Denard, I'm gonna strangle you. I want to fucking wrap my hands around your throat.
$3 from Get Out There, yo. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ace of Thorn thinks he's Saul from Better Call Saul, outsmarting everyone. Yeah, he does. He's a fucking narcissist.
Yeah.
He's an idiot.
He does think he is. The fact he's going after the judge of all people, like, you fucking idiot. You are not. You're not a fucking like a fucking protagonist in a TV show where you're like the lawyer character. Like, I'm sorry, you're not.
He thinks he's
You're,
life's protagonist.
you're not that guy. Yeah, it's like, you are not that guy. You are not that guy.
Honestly, Mando not being out might actually make this video worse, because as dog shit as Mando is, people still saw the first season really positively, so it kind of makes sense that he would have a more positive take. What we've got here is someone who's talking from the experience of Solo being the last Star Wars thing out, which, how the fuck are you this positive? Last Jedi was shit. Solo was abysmal. I don't think Solo was worse than The Last Jedi, but it was really, really fucking bad.
Yep.
Mission getting into Disney Plus. They got Cassian Andor, which I think is going to be as good as The Mandalorian. Depends on.
Remember when they still thought Andor was going to come out way back then? Like, it did obviously eventually come out, but it got delayed so fucking much. I don't know why.
But I'm looking forward to that one. There's probably going to be a whole bunch more Star Wars content coming down the pipeline from Disney Plus in regards to everything. And we know that while there's a hiatus for the next trilogy of films, we are going to be getting a lot of television shows. And there's also comic books.
How did those television shows turn out? Obviously, Mundane Matt at this period wouldn't have known, but, like, my god, what a statement that has aged terribly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't get people who want to, like, defend shit before it's even out. Like, I could never do that. Like, even if it was something I trusted, I would not be able to sit there and say, like, oh, come on, guys, we know it's going to be good. We know for a fact it's going to be good. Like, I could not do that. Even if it was something I trusted. Like, even if it was, like, a new FromSoft game, I'm not going to fucking sit here and be like, oh, come on, guys, we know it's going to be good. Like, I'm going to defend it to the death. Like, no. Until I see it and play it, I'm not going to fucking know if it's good or not.
Yeah.
And I just don't understand these people who can, like, feel confident enough to, like, throw their reputation onto so. Well, I mean, Monday Matt has fucking terrible reputation, but if it was like a normal person, how you could like throw your reputation onto something where you're like gonna defend it to death before you've even seen it.
Yeah.
I don't understand being the kind of person who is like, oh yeah, this thing, it's gonna be amazing. Like, is it? I mean, it could
Like,
be.
Yeah, it's like we don't know that. It could be fucking one of three things. It could be awful, it could be middle of the road, okay, or it could be good, but we don't know.
Yeah. And here's the thing too. I'm not even confident in saying Starfield will 100% be bad, even though I have no faith in Bethesda to do anything good, especially after Fallout 4 and Fallout 76. Like, why would something they make be good? Well, there's a chance that it could still be good. I'm not going to say, oh yeah, it's definitely going to be terrible. I just don't have high hopes for it. I don't expect it to be good. If it is, I'll be surprised.
Yeah.
But
I mean, the more of it we see, the worse it looks. But at the same
there's
time,
that too.
yeah, I can't say, it's like, oh, well, it's definitely going to be bad from this stuff that I've seen so far. It's like, well, we haven't seen the actual thing yet. Let's wait.
Yeah.
Yep.
$3 from Get Out There, yo. Thank you. Does this positive video disprove the last? Well, actually, yes, because this is a channel with 32.5k subscribers. Oh, you can't see it there. Hold on. Let's move this there. Let's do that. And 4,500 views. That video of yours isn't doing so well, Matt. I guess the other guy that we just covered wasn't right about being positive. Because, yeah, that's terrible.
Or was he more right about being positive? And his excuse would be because he was positive, he got less views.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
what I was
that's
about to
true.
say.
That's true. I got that backwards. Whoops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Video's 4 years old, though. Yeah. But again, we also showed videos that were positive that did really well, so his argument's still dead anyways.
Yep.
Novels that are apparently being pretty well received in the new canon, and there's a lot of other things that
not what I've ever heard. I heard the new writing was awful.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of bad things about them too. Creetosis, I can't understand how people can say that video longer than the subject is a result of being unfocused. Well, we have a word for those kinds of people, just a guy from Alabama. It's called retarded.
Yeah.
People who don't understand that you could take a piece of dialogue that takes 3 seconds to say and talk about it for several minutes don't understand that, well, they don't understand basic human communication or the meaning that things can have.
It's like in... I'm just going to keep it as spoil-free as possible. It's like in the Sherlock movie where two people are playing a chess game, and then they stop actually moving the pieces on the board, they just go back and forth between each other. Somebody analyzed that chess piece and the plays and everything like that, and was analyzing what they were doing and stuff like that, and how the game was playing out, and who was winning, who was losing, because it actually had a deeper philosophical meaning to these two different characters. Like, it was a really, really well done thing. That chess scene is probably 3.5 minutes, and this guy made an hour-long video about just that scene. Apparently there's 2 of them now, Rex. There's 2 videos of it now.
We all know what you think of Skyrim, but what are your thoughts on Oblivion? I've started playing it recently, and so far it seems to be pretty good. Oblivion is decent, but pretty flawed, and I wish it had more depth than it does.
Yeah.
The Oblivion we got should probably be, I don't know, I'd say double the story content than what we actually got, like, in total. Because, there's the 4 factions you could join: Mages Guild, Thieves Guild, Fighters Guild, Dark Brotherhood. And then there's the main story. And then there's all the side content as well, the side quests.
Yeah.
I just feel there should be a lot more to this world than just that.
Happening. To mention Galaxy's Edge. Disney spent over $1 billion per park to put Galaxy's Edge in Disney World and Disneyland.
And
those are
guess what?
ghost
They're
towns.
doing terribly. Yeah. They are abandoned parts of the park. Like, it was a disaster.
They did the whole Star Cruiser thing, and hardly anyone pays for that shit. I mean, who would with how expensive it is? Jesus Christ. Patrician did a long, detailed analysis on Oblivion. Highly recommended. Yes, that is a fantastic video.
Yeah, his a quick analysis. Was it called a quick analysis?
Yeah.
Yeah, a quick analysis of Oblivion, and it's like 11 hours long or something.
Yeah, and the quick analysis of Morrowind was 7 hours long.
Yeah.
And I get to go in a couple weeks to that, so I'll definitely be letting you guys know how I feel about it when I'm there. But think about it. We get a whole bunch of movies. We get a whole
That
bunch
are all
of TV
bad.
shows.
That are all
We get
bad.
a whole bunch of books, a whole bunch of comic
That are all
books.
bad. That
We
are
get
all
Star
bad.
Wars Land.
That is abandoned.
I mean, all things considered, wouldn't you agree that Disney put the money in to effectively save Star Wars?
No!
They killed Star Wars.
Yeah, they fucking killed it. I already someone who was not a big fan of it, but was willing to like occasionally watch whatever would come out with it. Yeah, no, it's completely dead to me. I don't give a shit about it anymore. I don't care what they make. I'm not interested. I don't care if a new trilogy comes out and it's semi-decent. I ain't gonna watch it. I'm done with Star Wars. I'm fucking done.
There's a lot of big fans of old Star Wars who feel the same way. I'm halfway there, I would say. I'm still going to watch the original trilogy. I actually really want to play Knights of the Old Republic again at some point. But yeah, I haven't been watching the new stuff. I did watch season 1 of Mando several months after it came out because I was curious. It wasn't good. And then everything I've seen of the other shows just looked like absolute utter dog shit. Like, to the point of why would you even watch this? I saw the EFAP coverage of season 3 of Mando, and it looks incoherent. Where, you know, they have the episode where the dragon kidnaps the kid from the Mandalorians.
God,
and
that one was so bad.
everything about it was so bad. And it ends with the dragon being eaten by a fish, like in Jurassic World.
Yeah, almost like
that
one
just-
for one.
Yeah.
That just reminds me of that poor fucking babysitter. Sure, she wasn't
Yeah.
good at her job, but Jesus Christ, she gets the most gruesome, brutal death in that movie, and it's like just because she was a bad babysitter. Holy fuck!
Yeah, which was a departure from the older movies where it was like the really gruesome deaths were reserved for people who were genuinely bad people.
Yeah.
But
well,
then,
you could argue
then Jurassic
that,
World.
You could argue that there were good guys that got gruesome deaths. We just didn't see
Muldoon
it.
wasn't a bad guy.
Muldoon, and I forget Samuel Jackson's character's name, but both of them got fucked super hard. And
Well, you know what? To be fair, I just realized I forgot about the second movie because I
the
like to
second
block it
movie.
from my mind. The fucking T-Rex is splitting that one dude in half who's literally trying to save everybody. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
God, that scene was brutal. Fucking hell, the dude gets split in fucking half and everything. It's like, Jesus. I do love the scene with the compies, though. Where the one dude, like, the fucking asshole who shocks one of them for fun and then gets fucking ripped apart by like 100 of them.
Yep.
You know what I just remembered?
Hmm.
I remember that scene from Jurassic Park 3, where there's a one injured, like, soldier guy, and the other group of humans see him, and they realize that the raptors are using him as bait, and when the raptors realize that the humans aren't coming to save him, they come out and break his neck, then run away.
Yeah, they sink their fucking claw into his shoulder so he screams, and then, once they realize it's not gonna work, they just, like, it slowly, like, bites his head, and then, crack, just snaps his fucking neck and runs off. It's like, Jesus!
Fucking Jurassic Park 3, god damn it!
Yeah.
This kid manages to survive weeks on his own in the dinosaur-infested island where they're completely free roaming, but experienced soldiers with guns can't do shit. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's fucking bullshit.
This is T-Rex P? Yep, from a real big one. How did you get it? You don't want to know.
Yeah, what the fuck does that mean? What have you been doing at night with these dinosaurs, kid?
There's another movie series I might want to make. Well, I already said I want to do a video on Dominion because of how exceptionally fucking terrible that is. But
Yeah.
man, is a series where it only has one good movie. Come on.
Dude. Okay, well, one, I would say the first movie of Jurassic World was not good. It had its moments, but man,
I'm saying the original Jurassic Park was good.
Oh, I thought you meant of like Jurassic World specifically.
No, I'm talking about the entire franchise, all 6 movies.
Yeah, fair.
Why would I ever... You know me better than that. Why the fuck would I say Jurassic World is good? Come on.
That's why I was so confused. I was like, what? But if you are gonna make a movie on Dominion, I think we should also watch Fallen Kingdom just so you can understand like where it came from. It's so fucking bad. Like the first Jurassic World, it's whatever. You don't really need to cover it that much.
I despise the idea that they needed to make new dinosaurs like completely out of thin air because people are getting fucking bored of the dinosaur zoo.
Yeah, because they're too busy.
Of regular zoos, they're still popular.
Yeah, it's like, oh no, the kids are too prioritized with TikTok. They fucking dinosaurs don't do shit for them no more.
Seriously, the zoo is the best date you can go on to. It's pretty cheap. You have lots of stuff you can actually interact with and view. Like, holy fuck.
Yeah, but you need to understand how bad Fallen Kingdom is. Like, it's... I would still say Dominion is worse. Why don't I just
make a fucking video on the entire Jurassic World trilogy, then? Jesus Christ.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, I would. I would just make a whole, like, just covering the whole fucking franchise, like, of all the films. Because it's so fucking bad. Like, 2 and 3 are bad, but Fallen Kingdom and Dominion are like on a whole nother level of fucking bad.
I've got so many fucking videos to make.
Did we get both of these super chats?
No, we didn't. $10 from Lethargic/Kitten. Thank you. Well, there are shit-heel contrarians that just want to hate stuff. That doesn't account for the majority of actually popular critique videos. My favorite Mahler video is him gushing about Infinity War. Yeah, that was a good video.
Yeah.
And then we got $5 from Grandmaster Pie. Thank you. Samuel L. Jackson. Have you seen my movies? How about Deep Blue Sea? A shark ate me. A fucking shark ate me. Oh. Finish the Skyrim video first. At some point. I'm working on a few videos now that will hopefully be out in a couple months, okay? Frangi's Endgame video is great. Yeah, Frangi's video about Endgame is fucking amazing. Go watch it.
Oh, have you seen the Where's the Lolcow video? Or the Where's the Lolcow picture?
Yes, I have.
Yeah,
I saw that months ago when it first came out.
There's Fringy, Mauler, Rags, there's everybody in there.
Yeah, a lot of the big internet people. Like, it's funny how it's called Where's Lolcow since most of them aren't lolcows, but there are definitely some in there.
Oh, absolutely. You've got the fucking Rage Pig himself is in there.
I will say, though, it was really hard to find PPP in there.
Yep.
He was a giant one.
I liked Mauler, though, strangling the long man, strangling. I forget who he was strangling now.
Anyways, we were watching a video, a very terrible video made by a lump of clay that I don't like.
Yeah.
From maybe potentially years of nothing.
This is just a shit argument. There was years of nothing, which no, there wasn't, you fucking idiot. You even admitted it. As opposed to, look at Disney making all this shit. but it's shit. This is just such a stupid fucking argument.
Out of some books and some Marvel comics, because I don't want to forget the Marvel comics that came out around that time.
And the books.
I mean,
and the
quality of The Last
game.
Jedi aside, there have been problems in regards to how Lucasfilm has handled the new series of films, and I do believe a lot of that is Kathleen Kennedy. She does not know how to run a franchise. They have now learned that ultimately that is not going to work for them, so they brought in a new woman, Michelle Rejwan, to take over the live action side of things. And
How did that turn out? Because she didn't take over. Kathleen Kennedy is still there.
Yep.
Yep.
In order to really hate something, first you had to love it. Most cases, yeah. Yeah. Like, I don't like the Knives Out movies, but I could guarantee you I'd hate them so much more if those were the third and fourth movies and the first two were actually good, you know?
Yeah.
I think Filoni is still handling the animated side of things. So now we're in this new kind of unprecedented territory in regards to where it's been since it was purchased in 2012. Kathleen Kennedy is no longer calling the shots.
Yes, she is.
Someone else
Yes,
is.
she is.
Now, we do
She
have to give this
is.
woman time to see whether or not she actually does well. She may or may not. I don't know. But it's definitely something that's a learned thing, right? It was a learned experience that Lucasfilm had to do, and Bob Iger
Also,
had to follow.
Filoni is
It-
not
it's-
not great.
It shouldn't be a learned experience, though. Like,
Yeah,
You-
they've
you should
done
have-
this before. They have other franchises.
yes. There's no reason that The Last Jedi should have come out as it did. Like, they should have had quality control and, like, just people keeping tabs on shit, you know?
Yeah. Like, they should have, like, a group of people who are, like, their entire job is to make sure that, like, whatever they're writing doesn't, like, contradict the rest of the series. Like, does this break the lore? Does this break the laws of the universe in this universe? Shit like that. Like, they should literally just have a group of people whose job it is to make sure that, you know, everything stays consistent.
Well, remember, their lore master said there's nothing wrong with the hyperspace kamikaze.
Exactly. Fire that retard and put some new people in, because holy shit. But yeah,
Yeah.
also Filoni, no, sorry. If you're banking on the fucking animated stuff to be good because Filoni's in charge, I'm sorry to tell you, dude. The guy's fucking, he's lost it, man. He thinks fucking Ahsoka Tano is the best thing ever, and
Well, it's his creation.
yeah, it's his darling. It's all he cares about. He wants to insert her in everything, and she needs to be the focus of everything, and it's just not going to work out. He has just some really awful tism to his writing, and it's not good, and it's only getting worse. It keeps getting worse.
Probably put in place, Jedi came out and crashed. Well, crashed with some fans, still made a lot of money. Rian Johnson's sequel series, our new trilogy, who knows? That won't save Star Wars. But I do believe that, in essence, if you boil it down to brass tacks, if you look at it as a whole, yes, Disney, in fact, saved.
No.
Oh my
they
god.
didn't.
I don't know
You're,
how you
you're not
could...
even looking at it as a whole. You're cutting out tons of other content to try to make a point.
He
You
has to
fucking-
ignore all of the content before the Disney acquisition, and
Try to say that there was nothing there, and
To say
Disney's now
there's-
giving us a flood of content. It doesn't matter that it's shit. It's content, guys. Consume the content and get excited for next content.
but not just that. It's the fact that The Last Jedi and Solo: A Star Wars Story are the most recent things to come out, and like from his perspective at the time he made this video, and you're saying, yeah, Disney still saved Star Wars. Fucking how? Solo was the first Star Wars movie to lose money.
Yep.
Saved Star Wars. the question I have for you, and I already know what some of your answers are going to be, but I do want you to think about this a little bit. Would you prefer there to be no Star Wars?
Yes, unironically, yes.
Compared to now, yes. I absolutely prefer there be no Star Wars because they're making it worse and worse.
If my options are between Mando Season 3, and again, I know this didn't exist when he made this video, but if my options are Mando Season 3 or no Star Wars, I'm gonna take no Star Wars every fucking day of the week. Because at least without Mando Season 3 existing, then it's not there existing damaging Star Wars. Or alternatively, Solo's Star Wars story, because that was it when he made this video. I would prefer that to not exist, because that doesn't ruin the entire backstory of one of the most iconic characters in all of fiction, let alone Star Wars.
Yeah.
At all, what we have with the potential to get better.
With the potential to get better, how? Kathleen Kennedy's still in charge. They still have the same shit writers. They still have the same Disney woke agenda. Like,
well, technically,
how is it going to get better?
Technically, there's more potential for it to get better than it is to get worse, because it's already at the bottom of the fucking barrel.
Yeah, fair. It can only go up from here, because it's already rock fucking bottom, and they
somehow managed to not go up from here. That's the problem. It got worse and worse and worse.
Because in the aftermath of Lucas selling is that Lucas, while a gifted storyteller and a gifted creative, is not necessarily the best writer or director. That was evidenced very heavily in The Phantom Menace and even Attack of the Clones, which even with Carrie Fisher giving him notes and helping him with the dialogue, still didn't do very well. Lucas suffered from a major problem. Too many yes men. Now,
and that's not a problem for Disney Star Wars how?
Yeah, Disney Star Wars is infested with yes men and people that are pushing the agenda. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Like, if there were people willing to challenge someone's ideas, then The Last Jedi would probably look a bit different.
Yeah, I highly doubt the fucking hyperspace scene would be in there.
Oh my god.
Now, if you go on the internet, there are no yes men. Unless your name is Scott Mendelson from Forbes. There are no yes men, period. It's not that at all. It's almost the exact opposite. So it is holding their feet to the fire. In which
how? What, people online being critical? That's totally... I don't know how you can misunderstand this. Like, people being critical from the outside aren't necessarily going to change things on the inside, as evidenced by the fact that people being critical on the outside didn't change anything on the inside.
Yeah, in fact, they outright fucking mocked people, like the original fan base, for specifically not liking what they did. They called them toxic fans and shit like that, and a bunch of other dumb shit. And Kathleen Kennedy went on her dumb little tirade about the fans and shit. And it's like, yeah, no, clearly the fans on the internet, you know, criticizing them doesn't do shit. They don't care. Because remember, everybody, the Force is female.
God damn it.
with that, feel like they're learning.
No.
But these things always take time to get there.
And a few years on from this video, and things have only gotten worse. Again, I can't blame Matt for not predicting the future, but, like...
I can kind of, because he's saying it will get better. It will get better. It will improve. These things were amazing. The leaks that we've seen from Mandalorian Season 1, it's going to be amazing. It's like, no, you're just hyped. That's it. You have no critical thinking capability whatsoever.
That's the thing I don't... Like, we don't even know if these were intentional leaks or not, because sometimes that's a marketing strategy, too. I remember when Meet the Spy got leaked, and that was intentional.
Yep.
So I don't even know if this was an intentional leak or not, but a lot of the stuff that came out about The Mandalorian before the show actually came out is meant to make you hype for it, make it sound good. Yeah, that's what marketing usually is. And just because Mando isn't as bad as The Last Jedi or Solo doesn't mean it's good. It's also very easy to take, like, notes or shots of a show out of context of what the rest of the show is, and then just build in your mind, like, oh man, this looks great. I used to do that a lot when games were announced. That's why I got hyped for Skyrim when it was announced. Because, oh man, it's an Elder Scrolls game with dragons. Ah, this is going to be so good. Okay.
Now, I would have loved it if they would have running, and it would have been great and great and great and great and great. And I think ultimately, had Rian Johnson not absolutely screwed up The Last Jedi in regards to how he just made his own little whatever that movie was, and they followed JJ's original plan, it would have been
JJ's
a much
didn't have
better...
a plan. Hold on.
That was the whole point, is JJ didn't have a plan. The Force Awakens was all set up. Because JJ can't end a story. That's part of the reason why. There's two really big reasons why The Rise of Skywalker was so shit. First of all, JJ can't end a story. Second of all, there is nothing to build from the from the end of The Last Jedi. Like, Rian Johnson seemingly goes out of his way to ruin every plot point that was established, even though they weren't good in the first place. Like, just almost everything is gone. Rian Johnson went out of his way to mock fans for having theories about Snoke. Oh, your Snoke theory sucks. Only for it to be fucking nothing.
Yep.
Property, we wouldn't be where we are, and that does fall on Kathleen Kennedy. But now, post this final trilogy in the Skywalker saga, wrapping everything up is going to no longer be an issue, at least publicly an issue.
It's been nothing but issues.
Yep.
Yeah, it has arguably gotten way worse. Way worse. You cannot look at Book of Boba Fett and say that it is in any way... God, that doesn't even do it justice. Not only is it not fucking good, I'd honestly argue that it was, like, far worse than Rise of Skywalker, and Rise of Skywalker was fucking abysmal.
Michelle as a way to simply just, deflect from Kathleen Kennedy, which is possible. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I just play one on TV. We don't know that. But I do argue that, yes, in the vast, vast, vast majority, Disney, in fact, saved Star Wars.
No.
No, they didn't.
They have ruined it beyond belief.
Yeah, completely fucking killed it. Even fucking diehard fans are done with Star Wars because of how much they fucking ruined it.
Because, like, here's the thing, too. Star Wars was so big, so popular, so successful, that it should have been exceptionally difficult to fail, to lose money on a Star Wars movie. And then 4 movies in, they did it. They lost money on a Star Wars movie.
And
that is fucking insanity.
Like, the thing with Star Wars is it wasn't the movies themselves that made the big bank. What made the big bank was all the toys and everything. And guess what? The merchandise isn't selling. Holy shit.
Yeah, there is video after video after video of people checking out stores where items have been discounted several times over and still weren't selling. While a lot of other toys on the shelf, there's like 3 or 4 of this action figure. This section was empty, blah, 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 for other series. And then the Star Wars section was just full, because they couldn't move it.
Yep. And there are just so many fucking discounts, massive discount bins of just Star Wars tat that nobody wants. And so they're like, here, for a fucking quarter, take us up.
Spaceballs the flamethrower. The kids love that one.
They did. They bought it. They've invested into it. They've attempted to cultivate it. There's been some good. There's been some bad. There's been...
What good? What good?
What?
Where's
Fucking
the
Rogue
good?
One? Are you gonna really sit here and be like, well, guys, come on, we got Rogue One.
Which was
That counts.
fucking middling. Well, actually, I'd say poor, and then the ending saved it a little bit. But holy shit.
But Disney is nothing if not always evolving as a company. They're not nothing if not always evolving.
What?
Yeah, evolving into the fucking villain. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and God, man. That's why these lawsuits in Florida are the funniest thing ever. Because Disney, unironically, has now backed themselves into a corner with this lawsuit against Ron DeSantis. Where, in order... Okay, this is the best part. So, the Reedy Creek development area, right, is not actually supposed to be in Disney's name. That's part of what's on the bonds. It is not actually a Disney property. So, if what Disney's alleging is that Ron DeSantis and Florida legislature are infringing on their First Amendment rights, so they're taking Reedy Creek away from us because we dared to speak out against the government. That's against the First Amendment, which it would be. However, you're not supposed to be involved in Reedy Creek. So, if Disney now says, no, we are involved in Reedy Creek is ours, that means they committed a fucking felony fraud. So, which one is it? Did you commit securities and felony fraud? Or...
Yeah.
Or is Reedy Creek going away? You gotta pick one.
Yeah, and don't forget, this is the same fucking company who filmed a movie just a short distance from a concentration camp and then thanked the fucking country that did it at the end of their movie.
Yes.
I don't know if they did the camp itself, but they definitely were like, "Oh, thank you, glorious CCP."
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, because again, what legal mindset was, this was actually his area of expertise in law. Like, this is what he did. He actually would have to negotiate these special government areas where the government didn't have authority in these areas. They were government outsourced the authority to a third party.
I was muted.
Oh, Cree. He was talking about legal mindset, said that Florida has adopted some of his arguments, and they should, because legal mindset, that's his area of practice.
Well, I don't know if they actually literally took his direct arguments, or if they just came to the same conclusion as he did.
Yeah, which, I mean, is fair. But, again, if he was on their legal team, this is what he would advocate for. Absolutely.
Yeah. Muted and gay. Wow! Hey,
Muted and breaded. So breaded, you're an entire bakery.
Hey, the voices will not stop. Have the voices stopped yet? I don't know. That's the only thing I've really got on them. So I can't. That's the only thing I can use.
And trying to find better ways stories. At least I hope that's what happens.
At least you threw in a hope rather than this is what will happen.
Yeah, fair.
Disney as a movie studio is in the gutter, so they need Star Wars to do well. And I would hope that now that they've got this new person who's going to be overseeing everything, that we start to see better stories. That we.
Sorry to break it to you, my guy. That didn't happen.
Yeah.
Talk about
sorry, that's
aging like
land.
aging like milk. I can't hear anything, Cree. I'm unmuted now. I've been unmuted for a while. $3 from Get Out There, yo. Thank you. Did you see it? No.
Did you see it? For a moment, as the fat the fat Dane fatty here decides to speak, you could see in the corner. Could this be a ghost orb?
Oh God.
Hey Disney, did you see the fine print?
Yeah.
Number 15. Creetosis muted on the stream.
A day that ends in Y.
Wow, rude. Also, am medicated today, so only a little less crazy. Oh.
The meds are kicking in.
We start attempts at telling these stories as a way to build the franchise back up, because it could happen. Lucas,
Disney is going to take the franchise and build back better on it.
Yes, absolutely.
gave us a blueprint for fantastic space opera storytelling. Now it's up to the people at Disney in order to not look at it as simply being just marketing and toys and merchandising, which is what they go to in regards for a lot of the back end money that's not there anymore. They have to now tell better stories. And I'm hoping that that's what they've learned.
No.
No.
The lesson they learned was attack the fan base, call everybody racist, sexist, and is if they don't agree with you, double down, triple down, commit securities fraud.
Yeah,
they have learned to become more scummy and evil than ever before.
You are being absurdly optimistic, Mundane Matt.
Yeah, seriously, fucking Disney is gone. They are now the rat. That is it. They are not the fucking company they once were, my guy. I'm sorry. They're fucking evil. They literally evolved into the villain.
Dirty rat fink.
Yep. $5 from the worrisome waste womper. Thank you. By the way, the guy who farted his roommate's door is none other than King Ass Ripper.
Yeah, we know. This is the name. That video alone is funny, but adding the "Did you see it?" to it just oh my god.
The fact that like you just see this dust particle go past the camera and fucking Newt comes in with "Did you see it?" and then proceeds to start talking about the fucking
he just gets
ghost
drowned
orb.
out by it.
And as he's talking, he just gets completely drowned out by this loud ass fucking fart.
Hey Cree, any chance we could get more of those random streams watching stupid horror shit and the like on YouTube? It's quite fun. Yeah, we'll do another one. I don't know when.
We plan to do more of those, but
the thing with those is we don't want them to be a weekly thing because my schedule's kind of fucked as it is.
Yeah.
And also it would get boring if we did it like every week for that. So I don't want to say for sure once a month, but we'll figure something out.
Yeah.
If you want to know why about the future of Star Wars, this has a lot to do with it. They've owned the franchise now for nearly 7 years, and as a result, we've gotten 4 movies, a couple TV series, and more on the horizon.
You're saying that like it's a good thing.
Yeah, holy shit! But they're bad content.
Yeah, we genuinely would have been better off with nothing. Nothing would have been a better alternative.
Because, like, this would be like saying, let's pretend Picard Season 3 doesn't exist for a minute. This would be like saying, well, yeah, we've gotten Star Trek Discovery and Picard Season 1 and 2, and then the 3 JJ movies. Well, one of them wasn't JJ, but the Kelvin timeline movies. It's like, the things you're talking about are utter dog shit, though. Like, these aren't positives that we got these things.
Yeah.
This really is just quantity over quality.
Yeah, as long as there's something new, that's all that matters. It doesn't matter like how good it is. Just as long as there's something for me to look at. Jingle the keys, please.
More got with George Lucas, and to be fair, more than we ever would have gotten with George Lucas.
We got 6 movies with George Lucas. We got countless books and comics with George Lucas. We got
tons of video games.
Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2 under George Lucas. Like, yeah, he didn't make them himself, but he owned the franchise.
We had $1 billion industry of merchandising with George Lucas. Like, holy shit. The merchandising was so good and was so, like, influential that Spaceballs made a joke about how it was all about the merchandising and not about the movies.
Yeah, and that was after, like, what, the first 2 movies came out? Not even the third one yet?
Yeah.
I was about to make so I was about to say something, and then I realized, oh no, it kind of did, actually. I was going to say the original Star Wars was so good, it created a fucking religion around it, and then I was like, oh wait, technically the new ones have a religion as well. It's just not the same. It's a different type of religion.
Yeah.
And also, just to make it clear, too, I would take 1 Knights of the Old Republic every single day of the week over everything Disney has done with Star Wars. No contest.
Yeah.
Yep.
Under George Lucas, we got Republic Commando. That is better than all of Disney's Star Wars. Yeah. Hell, the fucking NES game is better than everything Disney has done. Even that weird one AVGN played where Darth Vader turned into a scorpion.
I love the guy. By the end, he was done with Star Wars. I don't think his final trilogy would have ever materialized, to be honest with you.
Why? Why would you think that?
Yeah, that's ridiculous. It doesn't matter what you might think have happened. There's no way you could possibly know that.
Yeah.
That's so stupid. That's literally the same thing that, like, those retards say that, oh, well, Bethesda saved Fallout by making Fallout 3. There's no way that they would have finished Van Buren. Like, fuck off.
There's no way that Troika would have actually made a game on it, even though they were in the running for it, and Troika made games.
Oh my god, it's literally the same fucking argument.
Well, not just that. Fallout 3 brought more fans to the series, too. That's why it's good. I fucking hate these arguments so much.
Yeah.
I do wish he picked somebody better than Kathleen Kennedy to be his successor, because I think if it was someone like Dave Filoni or more of a creative that understood the cultivation and nurturing of the franchise and the nurturing of these characters and these stories, would have handled it in a different way.
Yeah, if Filoni had taken charge, Ahsoka would have been the main character of fucking everything they made.
Yeah, she would have. Like, maybe the writing would have been a little bit better, but it still would have been, like, weird.
OC, do not steal.
Yeah, it would have been fucking like, oh, look at my awesome OC, and pay no attention to the thinly veiled fetish in every episode.
It would be the Ahsoka franchise featuring Star Wars.
Yeah.
I wish Abrams would have not succumbed to Harrison Ford's request to die. And I wish he would have taken it a bit more seriously instead of trying to ease people back in. And I think...
So, you realize the problem isn't that Han Solo dies. It's, like, everything around it. You could have had him die a heroic death. You could have gotten the band back together. You could have done something good with Harrison Ford still getting his request of wanting out. JJ wasn't obligated to make Han Solo into a pathetic fucking loser who reverted back to his life of being a smuggler and abandoned his family. I do hate when people act like one decision is the thing that's, like, really bad. When, even with this example, Han Solo dying, there's so many ways to have done that well, and they didn't.
Yeah.
That after the fact that him and Kasdan might have gone a little bit too much beat for beat with A New Hope.
No shit.
Way of jumping back into it. I think I've heard him say that in an interview. So I'm hoping that The Rise of Skywalker kind of rights the ship, corrects course.
You poor naive fool.
Because if you look at the general fan sentiment right now, it's mixed, but it really only has any...
I wouldn't say it was too mixed back then. Like, you're always going to have those people who are going to be positive about the thing they like, regardless of what state it's in. But there was a lot of negativity up, like, prior to the recent, the release of Rise of Skywalker. There were people sharing pictures of how most theaters they went to were empty or had no booking for seats. When I saw it, a few days after it came out, there was 4 other people in the same theater as me. I'm not in, like, some middle bumfuck nowhere town with 300 people in it. I live in a very well-populated area. And there's still only, like, less than a dozen people in my theater to see this movie. I also don't even know how you could come to the conclusion that Rise of Skywalker might have fixed the ship when there's nothing to go off of from Last Jedi.
Anywhere to go in many cases. The people that love Star Wars are going to go see Rise of Skywalker, and they're probably going to love it. The people that are not happy with where Star Wars is right now are probably going to go see Rise of Skywalker and hope to like it. At least I hope they're going to want to like it. And it really only has anywhere to go but up.
And then it went way down.
Yeah, no. See, the problem is it should have been that. It should have had nowhere to go but up. But what happened was they reached the bottom of the barrel, and then they removed the bottom of the barrel and started digging into the ground.
Yeah.
So if they can capitalize on that, and then they can build upon that, and they can bring in proper storytellers and get rid of the story group, which is something they need to do, or bring in better storytellers, I'm sorry. What do these people write? What do they do in the story group? What do they write at all, right? And when's the last time you heard of a story group doing anything? Remember when Akiva Goldsmith was going to be Goldman or whatever his name is was running the Transformers writers room at Paramount, where they had like 5 sequel films planned and a whole bunch of other stuff that they were working on. What materialized from that? Oh, right, The Last Knight, and ultimately Bumblebee, which was good. But then nothing else, because Transformers needs to like reboot itself. So
I don't even know what I could really say about that. I haven't watched I've seen the first Transformers movie. I saw Red Letter Media's video where they watched like 3 Transformers movies at the same time, and they were laughing at how terrible they were.
I've seen like the first. Did I see the third one? I know I saw the first 2. I might have seen the third one.
The only thing I ever remember from the first one was everybody talked about Morgan Fox. That's it. Or
Megan Fox?
Megan Fox.
Morgan Fox.
Wow.
Morgan Freeman mixed with Megan Fox.
That's terrifying.
I can smell you.
No.
I can smell your fear.
Oh god! And anytime I think of the second movie, I just think of the 2 idiot racist robots and the one robot with the giant swinging balls.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, there's literally a giant robot with a ball sack.
Yeah. They're 2 giant. What are they? They're
like wrecking balls or something.
Wrecking balls. Yes.
Why?
No idea. Literally just for a fucking joke, where the 2 racist robots are like, "Oh my god, it's fucking nutsack."
Okay.
Yeah, it's really bad. Those movies all fucking suck. They're all bad.
So writers groups don't necessarily mean much. What it needs is a strong leader to guide it forward, who can then once again save Star Wars.
Once
Thank you for
again,
the sage.
no, they need to save Star Wars from Disney. Disney killed Star Wars. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's such a bizarre take that Disney has saved Star Wars, but it also needs saving. What?
From Disney, yeah.
Disney did save Star Wars.
No, they didn't.
No, they
But they've
didn't.
also kind of thrown a little bit of it away because they are trying to look at it from being this massive, massive moneymaker. Now they're
Okay, you know what you do if you've bought a franchise as a massive, massive moneymaker? You don't fuck it into the dirt.
Yeah.
at a point where they realize that that's not the case and they have to tell good stories to go along with everything. It's like I talked about in my franchise fatigue video. If the movie is good, people will come, regardless of when it comes out.
And yet you're still talking about Disney saving Star Wars when all 4 movies at this point were bad.
Yeah.
The movie is if the movie is not very good, it will then have some trouble. That's, you know, if there's a lot of drama behind the scenes, that will add to it. If there's shifting of studios, that will add to it. People are fickle with how they spend their money, but if they want to spend their money, they will always justify it. If you want Star Wars to be as successful as Marvel, which I think it ultimately can.
Oh boy, did that go downhill too.
To be fair, you could say that Star Wars is just as successful as Marvel is now.
Yeah. Holy shit, because they're both going in the fucking toilet.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it ultimately should be is to establish a long storyline with good writers, good directors, and good actors, trust in the talent, and let them work. And if they can establish that trust and that loyalty with the audience, which is there, it's absolutely there.
I mean, not really. At the point, again, when this video was made, Solo had just come out several months ago.
And lost money.
And lost money. Trust was very low. Like, the people on Disney's side were largely the people who are always going to be on the side of Star Wars anyways. Or the people who liked the mess that was The Last Jedi because they think it's high art.
And because they had the message.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$3 from Get Out There, yo. Thank you. The bottom of the barrel rotted through. Sad.
Yep.
Then it will be back on top in a couple years. The problem with it is, though, or my question, I should say, is whether or not they have the ability to actually pull it off.
No.
Because, yes, Disney did, in fact, save Star Wars.
No, they
Stop
didn't.
saying
You
that,
keep
you
saying
fat
that,
retard!
And everything that we know up to this point, and you would know, is they didn't. They've killed it. They've lost sales on the merchandise. Merchandise is not moving.
Again,
they've lost sales on the last movie that you know of, which is Solo.
Yeah, I have to stress this
The
point.
parks aren't doing well.
I have to stress this point. It should have been extremely difficult to make a Star Wars movie that lost money. And 4 movies in, they managed to do it. That should tell you... That should speak volumes. That should tell you a fucking lot about the state of the franchise. There's a reason they didn't make any movies after Rise of Skywalker, when their plan had been to make movies every year. Book of Boba Fett was supposed to be a movie. The Obi-Wan movie... the Obi-Wan series was supposed to be a movie.
Lucas, who was very well content with sitting on it and doing very little. And now they're in a position to save it from themselves. And I'm hoping that they're listening, and I'm hoping that they do. But I'd like to hear your thoughts, your opinions. How do you feel about all this? Let me know down in the comments.
I'm sorry, how fucking stupid do you have to be to say Disney saved Star Wars, and now they're in the position to save it from themselves? What the fuck?
Yeah.
I don't know how you could be this stupid. Well, I mean, it's Mundane Matt, of course he's just stupid.
Yeah.
But, like, What a retarded fucking comment. What a retarded video.
Yeah, like, I know they're killing it, guys, but they're gonna save it from themselves, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, no, the people fucking killing the show are gonna save it from themselves. Yeah, no, that's not how that fucking works, dumbass.
Disney is going to save Star Wars from itself like John Wayne Gacy is going to save one of his victims from himself.
Yep.
Jarbo the Hutt, King of the Quarry, a bearer of boulders. Yeah.
Fucking Boulder Boy.
Well, we managed to make it through 2 videos of just over 4 hours. Well, under 4 hours because we had a big preamble.
Yeah.
Ah.
We did it, team. We did it. High fives all around.
I'm actually feeling physical pain right now from having watched the Mundane Matt video. I've got a little bit of a headache.
Yeah, I'm
Fair.
tired as fuck.
I might go take a Tylenol or something.
I want to make us watch the Mandalore Ring video because it is wild ride.
How long is it?
It'll be a change of pace.
Well, anyways, I'm gonna go kill everyone in Diamond City right now. Be sure to turn off essential NPCs by going into the game. Like there's a line of thing you can add to the this one file in the game that will allow you to kill essential NPCs. Go do that.
Yeah, so I forgot that it's a full-length movie, basically.
Oh my god.
Because it's so good that I just enjoy watching it. It's an hour and 30 minutes long.
The config file, yeah. Just look it up on Google.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm pretty tired.
Yeah. I've got
Fair.
stuff to work on.
Here, I'll go, bang my head against the wall and Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous.
Yeah.
I think I'm finally gonna go into Act 4 of that. It's a 5-act game. I think I'm finally getting into Act 4.
Oh. Pagan, shill your stuff.
I have a YouTube channel. I'm waiting to get my model done before I really do anything on it again, though. But keep an eye on it. I will eventually get back to streaming and doing videos and stuff. I want to do more edited videos on there instead of just streams. But like I said, I am waiting for the model first. So
Yeah. And we do have to start work on the Trigun video at some point.
yeah, at some point.
Yeah. Such chill.
Yeah. Hi, it's me, resident expert of everything. No, I stream over on Twitch. I am going to do some Rumble streams here in the very near future. I think next week. I think on Wednesday I'm going to try doing a Rumble stream and see how things go, how it handles everything, right? But yeah, we just got done. Or no, we didn't just get done. We are currently playing Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. I am in the last mission of that game, so that's what's going to be doing on Monday. Have ourselves a good old time there. And yeah, still working on the script for Halo Reach. Obviously, we talked about it a bit here. I'm going to go into more of it. Again, part of the whole point of why it's going to take so long is I want to get all of the evidence behind it right. I want to get all the stuff correct. So, going through, showcasing all the evidence for my points and everything. So, it's just going to take a bit. But, yeah, I'm going to... If the Rumble stream goes really well, we're going to be switching more and more to Rumble as we go, just to give people time to kind of transition over to it. And, yeah, just go from there. Have yourselves a good old time, and we'll see how everything turns out.
Yeah. Demonologist for today later. Probably not. Pagan sounds like he's about to go to bed. And,
I would totally
don't...
do Demonologist later.
Huh?
I said I would totally do more Demonologist. I like that game a lot.
I do like that game a lot, too, but I don't really want to wear it out, you know?
Yeah, that's fair. Just because I would love to dive back into it when it gets its new update.
I can't wait for the new update.
Yeah.
Yeah. When we get the new location and everything like that, I'm gonna be like sniffing all over it.
Yeah.
Good God. Fuck off, Storm. Jesus. Holy fuck.
Yeah, I don't know when the next Demonologist stream will be. It might be before the next update. I don't know how far that is from now. And we should try to find a guest to bring on for that. But anyways, yeah.
Ben I'm pretty sure we can always get Ben.
Yeah, but we can have other people too.
Yeah, fair.
Anyways, yeah, that's it for today. Thanks for coming out, everyone. And I hope to see you next time, whenever that may be.
Yeah.
Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah.